Yo, yo, yo! Good morning, good day, and good evening. How you doing, people? Welcome in. So, I have some good news, and I have some bad news. First of all, the good news is the fact that I have officially started the process to get in my Steam page up for Shroud of Gloom. I've fucking paid the money and everything. I'm now officially down $100 on this game. $99, technically, because one person did actually pay for the game on itch, so, you know, that's something, for sure. So that is kind of dope. However, it seems it was not the easiest thing to get verified. Damn, you have to like take... There's a process. I actually don't know how much I can say about the process, to be honest, now that I think of it, because I do think there is a little bit of some non-disclosure agreement, so maybe I should be on the side of caution here, just to be safe. But it's definitely a bit of a process. I'm still not fully like verified, but it is on the way, so that's nice. The other bad news is the fact that, I don't know, I think it was last stream I mentioned that I've ordered a bunch of new stuff for my setup. That I think is going to improve the stream quite a bit. So we got some new actual lights, so that I don't need to use Wikipedia as my light, so you guys can actually see my facial expressions. That's gonna be pretty nice, as well as a pop filter and a boom arm for my microphone and stuff. Stuff that I think is gonna maybe not make a huge difference, but it's gonna up the quality a little bit. You're probably gonna hear a little bit less of my keyboard noise and stuff. However, since there's basically a bloody snow blizzard in Sweden right now, basically everything I ordered is delayed. So we'll see. Hopefully, I was supposed to get most of it today, but it seems hopefully I'll get it this week at least. I think that's kind of where we are at right now. Also ordered a 8TB HDD, which is gonna be awesome because I am running low on space. And I think once I get that one, I might actually do a full reformation, like reformat my PC, just to see if I can fix my memory issues that I bet some of you at least are aware of. We've had a lot of issues with my RAM memory. But yeah, that's basically it, I suppose. The plan today, I thought, is that we should start preparing a bit of stuff for the Steam page. Because here's the thing. Just because I get accepted, you know, it's not like posting a game on itch where it's, you know, you could basically post a completely empty page. Like, it's required for you to have a bunch of art assets and stuff. And even after that, Steam will still need to go in and like verify your page or like approve of it, basically. So it seems that this whole process to actually get in a Steam page to be public and live on Steam might take a little bit of time. So that's why I think that even if I'm not fully approved yet, I feel like we might as well start trying to, you know, prepare as much as possible in terms of like assets and stuff. So I don't have full access to the Steam dashboard yet, but I did look up what seems to be most of the things that is going to be needed. Well, the most important stuff at least, which is a bunch of informational stuff, as well as the big one, of course, being a shit ton of art assets, as well as a trailer. I actually didn't know that, but you are actually required on Steam to have a trailer. As well as quite a few screenshots, but that's easy. I don't know what we're gonna do for a trailer. Maybe try to make something relatively simple at first. I mean, we should even have like a teaser trailer, I suppose. Because I don't know if there's any, like, you know, any requirement on like how long the trailer needs to be. Which is, if we... Is there a Steam page for like Elder Scrolls... What is it? Elder Scrolls 5? No, 6? Did I have a Steam page yet? No. Just, yeah, I don't think it probably doesn't need to be super long. Were the trailers mandatory? Yeah, I didn't expect it, but it is indeed. Like, I understand it's very good to have a trailer. I did not know it would be required to have a trailer. Also, what's up, Netjet? Welcome in, man. Nice to have ya. Otherwise, most of this stuff seems relatively... Like, there's just a bunch of different logos and, like, capsule art and stuff that we need. Which is, there's so many places where your game can be displayed. Like, you have this capsule art, but then if we search for Road Blight, I think, yeah, this is a different one. And if it shows up on, like, some event thing, it's gonna be a different one. Like, if we go to the store... Like, this would be a different capsule, this is a different capsule. So there's a lot. It seems like the biggest thing when it comes to this is to get a lot of art assets. That seems to be the biggest work, really. And I don't think... I know that this is very important. You want to have very good... Like, this is... The art assets, it is pretty much what sells your game, you know? However, I think I'm gonna do it kinda quickly now to start with, just to have the stuff to be able to get the page up. I did read a little bit about it, and it does seem like Steam might give you a little bit of a push at first when you publish your page. But it seems like long term it's not gonna have like a huge, you know, it's not gonna have a huge impact. So I think just getting the page up is gonna be good. But yeah, we do it, and yes, I'm gonna use CodeRad's game as the base here. We do have this stuff as well, like short descriptions as well as long descriptions, which this seems, for me, when I've been checking a little bit around on Steam, it seems like most people do go for this, like describe the game like as generally as possible with like genres and stuff seems to be the most important stuff, rather than going too like in-depth on exact mechanics and stuff, right? That seems to be more what you do down here in the long description. Because yeah, this goes more like in-depth into character progression and maps and combat and stuff. And yeah, I suppose in some regard this one is actually more important, because that is what people would read first. And I think that's why it's good to give a quick, like, insight into what type of game it is, where obviously describing the genres is one of the quickest way of doing so. We also do need to get something that I'm a bit unsure of how to do. We do have this, like, minimum and recommended requirements. Do I need to enter both? I suppose I do. System requirements. So I guess we need to do both minimum as well as recommended. So I don't know if we should, like, I don't know, bloody ask ChatGPT or just go and look at similar games on Steam and see what they recommend, because I have no idea what kind of hardware you need to run my game. How much is it for a Steam page? So you need to pay a deposit to Steam for $100. That is like what you need to pay to actually be able to get a page up there. However, I do think it's worth noting the fact that this is it's not a payment per se, it's a deposit, meaning that I think the agreement is that if you end up selling your game for more than $1,000, then you will get those $100 back. So it's more a deposit rather than a direct payment, if that makes sense. That's really good, isn't it? I actually do think it's a good thing. I understand why Steam does it. Of course, it can seem a little bit daunting at first, being like, I just want to publish a simple game. Where if you want to... Because if you want to sell a game for free, so not sell it in other terms, it's actually a net loss, because you still have to pay $100, but you will never get that back since you're not gonna make money off the game. But I do understand why they do it, because obviously it raises the quality of games that you find on Steam, since people for the most part are more encouraged to only post or upload like quality games. Because if you made a half shitty jam game in 12 hours, you probably don't want to pay $100 to get it up on Steam, you know. Whereas, not any shame to itch, I think itch is just a different type of website. Here you could post whatever you want. Like you could post a completely broken prototype and it's completely fine. And I think both have their pros and cons, but as like the major game website, I understand why Steam requires the payment, because like I said, it made sure that the games that are posted on here remain high quality, because otherwise it might actually look bad on Steam. And since it's a deposit, I don't think it's too bad. Like, if you truly believe in your game, you're gonna get that money back, right? And what's up, Code Red Games? How you doing? Welcome in. A man that can definitely help us out today, since he is the creator of this Steam page, which looks very good. I don't remember. I know you did talk about it. How did you figure out like minimum and recommended system requirements for your game? Did you just look at like similar games, or did you actually like, I don't know, run it on shitty PCs to see whether it works or not? I do suppose it would work with like a virtual machine as well if you can limit the hardware, which I'm quite sure you can do on most virtual machines, but still, like, damn, that's quite a lot of effort just to get some system requirements. And I do suppose that this is not something like Steam double checks, like, as long as it's relatively correct, I think it is probably gonna be enough, right? It's your guess, okay. So what actually do we need here in terms of requirements? Is the OS, the CPU, amount of memory, GPU, DirectX. I barely even know what DirectX is. That not software, right? That's some sort of like framework software on your PC, isn't it? Am I somewhat correct there? Last but not least, storage. That seems to be it. What's up, Hey Jew as well? Welcome in, man. How you doing? Moin moin. Okay, so that should be the system requirements we need. Oh, did it change as well? I mean, I'm not sure I'm gonna do Mac and Linux versions. I'm not sure yet, because I don't have a good way of testing it. I suppose I could test Linux games on my virtual machine, since I do have a Linux virtual machine. But, yeah. We'll see. Because for you, Code Red, didn't your game have like 99% Windows players anyway? Do you think it's worth it doing Mac and Linux support? This is my guess. Look at similar games. Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. Your game would run on basically anything, right? I think so. I mean, the only... Because, like, if you look at, like, graphics and stuff like this, I feel like my game would run on an actual, literal potato. The only way that it could mess up is perhaps if my code is very unoptimized, and that makes it run slow on some PCs, which I can't say for certain. I don't have enough knowledge to know whether that would be the case. But other than that, like, in general, I feel like my game probably would run on almost anything. I would say Mac is not worth it. Linux is a very small percentage as well, yeah. And to be fair, although it's probably good to have this early, I mean, it probably has some advantage. I do suppose it's stuff that you could add later as well if you want to. The engine use, performance as well. Oh yeah, that's true. I do suppose in that case, like, since, because if you use something like Godot, right, that's a very like light type of engine. I suppose that has the potential of maybe being a bit more optimal in terms of performance compared to something like Unity. Since as far as I understand, you know, Unity would be considered a little bit more bloated. I don't know how much of a difference that makes when the game is actually like exported, but built maybe is the correct term. Will never understand Mac users, used them at my college, hated them so much. I'm not a huge fan of Mac either, I've never been. I do use an iPhone, so it's not like I'm fully against everything Apple. Like, I do like the OS for the iOS for phones. I actually think it's quite decent. It's very simple, which I, you know, it has some advantage, I feel like. Of course, there's more like flexibility and customization with like an Android phone, but I do quite enjoy the straightforwardness of the iOS. But when it comes to Mac, I think I'm just way too used to Windows that. But that's unfair to say, because I did kinda enjoy Linux, to be honest. But I think that's the thing. I think when it comes to Mac, for me, kind of feels like a phone operating system turned into a PC system. I don't know if that has any, if that's, and like I understand it isn't, but that's what it kind of feels like in some regard. Like, yeah, I don't know. Something about it I'm not a huge fan of. Could you look up what minimal requirements Unity exports have? That is actually a good thinking. Good idea. Let's have a look. What would be the minimum requirements for a game built in Unity? Okay, yeah, no, okay, I should have asked this in a better way. Depends on various factors. Oh wait. However, here's a general breakdown of minimum system requirements. Windows 7, Intel Core i3, 4GB RAM, DirectX 10 capable GPU with at least 1GB VRAM, DirectX 10 at least 2 to 4GB. I mean, yeah, this would depend on how big my game is, right? I'm not sure if you know, but don't show us Steamworks backend on stream. Yeah, I did check a little bit once I was like signing up for everything, and there seems to be quite a bit of like NDAs and stuff in terms of that. And not only that, it seems to be a very easy way of doxing yourself, because obviously I've had to enter a lot of personal information while signing up. So I think as much as possible, I'm probably not gonna show anything from Steamworks' actual backend. That's why I think doing stuff like this, just having general guidelines on another page, is gonna work pretty well. Do not, you will be banned from Steam. Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, they seem to be taking that relatively serious, one could say. Damn, indeed. Indeed. WebGL games. Interesting. MOBA games for console. Considerations for optimization. High fidelity assets, definitely not me. Lightweight game like 2D puzzle games can run on older hardware, that would be me. How does this compare to Code Red's game? Just out of curiosity. Intel Core i3, Intel Core 2 Duo. I don't know the difference there. But it sounds like... Is this an older one? 4GB RAM. I mean, I do understand that this game is gonna require a better GPU compared to my game, with like, you know, low resolution pixel art assets. I think that makes quite a big difference, and the amount of, obviously, assets as well. I think I would probably require less storage. I mean, my game is not even 1GB, right? But do you take into account how much extra you need? Or is this like storage here? Would that be literally how big your game is? I mean, can I not check that? Can I not see how... Oh, this is the Roguelite demo though. Do you have different requirements for the demo? No, they do look to be the same. Sorry if that was loud. I suppose something like this should be a good guideline, because I do think it's going to be almost as minimal as possible. For the recommended ones, I don't know, maybe go like one step above these or something, maybe. I don't know if that's crazy. When it comes to keywords on Steam, I did look at a video explaining some of this stuff. It seems like that's very simple, like basically the words you have in your title. Whereas the tags obviously seem to be quite a bit more important, which the tags... I think the keywords is hidden for the SEO, whereas the tags is obviously this stuff, which is, I assume, is very important in terms of like figuring out what kind of game it is and your game like ending up in the right categories and everything. And from what I understand, ordering these somewhat in terms of importance seems to be pretty good, because it kind of depends on which ones show up first, which, if we take Code Red's game for example, I mean, Souls-like and roguelite are like the most important genres to show off for this game, whereas like, if the first ones would have been, I don't know, 2D dark in the medieval, it doesn't say, or a controller, it doesn't say as much about the game, whereas this would be considered the most important genres, right? So I'm pretty sure we should have something. In terms of tags, I think the most important ones would be horror, puzzle, I suppose point and click is a genre as well. I feel like that would probably be the ones that are the most important to us. Take this class. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, it's this guy, Chris Sokowski. I've seen a bunch of YouTube videos and stuff with him. He seems to basically be the GOAT when it comes to like Steam page optimization. Complete guide to creating a Steam page that consistently attracts shoppers, earns wishlists and sells more copies of your game. Damn. Fuck it. Thank you for sharing, Code Red. Also, let's throw a few shoutouts here. Let's start off. Definitely check out Code Red Games, the creator of Roguelite. If you haven't, another great developer here on Twitch.tv. Oh, do I have to sign up? Yeah, because I suppose he will explain a lot of this stuff, exactly what to do and what not to do. So I think maybe taking this course might actually be good. Let me just quickly sign up here. Oh shit, wait, I need to unlock my password manager. Give me a second. Yeah, it helped me a lot. Yeah, I've seen, like I said, I've seen a few videos of his. and he seems to know what he is talking about, to say the least. Oh wait, maybe I didn't. Okay, give me just a few seconds, we're gonna sign up to this page. Just don't wanna leak anything here. Trappy, how many people played your game on itch? I can have a look. In terms of Shroud of Gloom, as of right now, I have had 728 views. Whereas I've had 46 downloads and 413 browser plays. So I don't know how that is in terms of like, I don't know, comparing to other ones, but it seems pretty good. So more than half the people who visited the Shroud of Gloom page did play the browser version. And then on top of that, an extra like 10% or whatever also downloaded the game. I have no clue, but sounds not bad. Yeah, no, I think it sounds pretty good, but yeah, like I said, I don't have anything to like, you know, relate it to, so I don't know, but it seems pretty decent. I've only gone through the browser one. Yeah, I do think most people just go for the browser version, which I think is completely fine. Obviously I keep on like heavily recommending people to download the game, because the standalone version just is better. It just is. But I understand that most people don't want to bother downloading a game if they don't have to. So, yeah. Yeah, it runs worse on browser. Yeah, it definitely does. I think the main issue is the fact that the audio mixing seems to be a little bit off for some reason. Okay, started class. I think we are done here. Yes. Let me make sure to exit out of my password manager. I don't want to leak anything here. Wait, is this fucking video thingies as well? Oh yeah, it is. Bonus sections. Short description. About this game. Oh, this is the long description. This is what people consider the long description, if I'm not mistaken. Other tooltips. Yeah, it seems pretty in-depth. Screenshots and videos, tags. Does it talk about the keywords? I don't know. From what I saw a little mock-up of like how you set up the Steam page, and it doesn't seem like the keyword section actually is that important. It seems like, you know, tags is what you should focus on in that case a bit more. I put out a playtest 3 days ago and just wanted to have some numbers to compare. Oh, did you? Is it up in public? Feel free to link it to you. Also, speaking of which, let's throw another shout out here to Hey Jew, my German mate, another great developer here on Twitch. Definitely check him out. Tags are things like Souls-like, etc. They are super important. Yeah, it seems like that should be the focus, right? Whereas, what do you have for like keywords, Codrad, if you don't mind? Do you have like Rogue, Blight, basically? Because that's what I kind of saw people doing, where the keywords was more like just how you could potentially mistype the name of the game or something, rather than actual tags, you know. There's a small game made in a few days. In German, unfortunately. Don't say unfortunately. Maybe I'll learn a bit of German. Let's go. I think one of my favorite games used Souls-like at some point, despite it being nothing like one. Oh, interesting. Which game? If you don't mind. Yeah, it's just that. Okay. Northern Journey. I don't think I've heard of that one. You can check it out. So this is Shapeyard by Hey Jude. You are the keeper of a small junkyard where all shapes and up. Wait. Make the best out of it and earn as much points as possible. Let's quickly check out the game here. We'll see if I can get through it, even though I don't speak German. So this is obviously a new game. Nytt spel, as we would say in Swedish. That is... Can I get full screen here? How do I always forget the... What's the full screen button again? Am I mad? It's not F12 to get the browser in full screen. Oh, it's removed. It removed it now, I think. Oh, interesting. Full screen does not work, I guess. Okay, it's F11. Yeah, it doesn't... Oh, there we go. Oh, but then it shuts it off here now. Yeah, it's fine. Zoom. I don't know what Zoom is. Desktop, I know. Danke an alle Profi-Supporter, den Twitch-Chat und alle Tester. Besondere Dank an die Ko-Fi members. Thank you to all Ko-Fi supporters, the Twitch chat and all the testers. Besondere, I don't know what that is. Dank an die, but thank you to the Ko-Fi members. Okay. Let's see if we can figure this out. Your German is on point. Let's go. 5 runden. So that would be 5 rounds. I'm gonna 5 rundor, as we would say. Rundebenden. I wonder if this is a coordinate with begin, maybe. So like start the round. 10 Auswahl. I don't know. Auffüllen. Okay. Shit. Auftrag, liefer die Trä. Okay. Point multiplier 5x. 17A. Put the game on insane difficulty. I feel like you're doing it in a language you don't speak is the insane difficulty. Okay, let's see. Can I figure out what to do here? Oh wait. Oh, am I supposed to make... Am I supposed to fill these in? Okay. Oh, but wait, I don't have any squares. Do I? Am I just blind? Okay, I think that's it. Can I use these ones as well? Okay, but then okay, I think the colors matter here. Oh, but then we can... I think, like I said, I think this is begin round. Wait. What's up, Captain Chica? How you doing? You can remove pi from the circle and you get a square. Oh, I see. Common circle. Okay, it is a little bit hard when I don't speak the language. Oh, but this is färdig, as we would say in Swedish. That means done. Färdig. Färdig. I don't. Färdig. Yeah. Kvalitet. Well, that is quality. Budgetets item meets their kvalitet. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh wait, can I? Wait, 1 out of 10. Do these cost points? No. Can I pick out? Wertet eine Route auf. Don't know what that is. Now we have these as well. Plus 5 points for the mission. Item with the form. Okay, for an item with the form rectangle. Okay. I still don't. But you said I should make. Wait, but how do I remove pi from it? Yeah, I think this might be a little bit too difficult when I don't speak German. Because I'm not fully aware of what this does. I have to put it in localization. It would probably be a bit easier for me, at least. But I do know that you do a lot of. I mean, a lot of your community obviously is German, so it makes sense. Because yes, I am a little bit confused. Wait, can I start these? No, I cannot start them. Oh, we have another one here now as well. A like diamond shape. It was squared by that from that. Yeah, but how would I enter that? I asked if I should do it in German or English first, and somewhere German only speakers. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. King Mato Zombie, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think I might. I wanted to give it a go. I think I might need English for this one. Unfortunately, meine Deutsch ain't good enough. Ain't guten. I don't know. I'm definitely up to try it, but I think it's too hard when I don't speak the language. But did you do this? Was this for Game Jam? Jew. Did I understand that correctly? Because I was lurking a little bit while you were developing this. But yeah, definitely let me know if you get a bit of English localization, and I'll give it a go. Now I just had the idea and went for it. Took me 9 days. Oh, nice. Nice. Deutsch is not Deutsching, exactly. That is where we are at. Ich nein spreche Deutsch. Ich nein Deutsch sprechen. Whatever. Your grammar is a bit odd. I don't know the grammar. I know that German has, for a Germanic language, the grammar can be a little bit confusing. Because you do a lot of the stuff where you put the, you can put the verbs at the end of the sentence, which is a lot more uncommon in other Romance languages like English, Swedish, and stuff. Where, we almost always do the subject, verb, object, which German does as well, but then sometimes, in some regard, you'll just throw in the verb at the end instead, right? Ich spreche keine Deutsch. Keine, is that a little? Is that a little? Like, ich spreche keine Deutsch. Would that be I speak a little Dutch? So that one would be the subject, verb, object. Oh, none. Okay. Kinda. Oh, that word is not a coordinate with Swedish. Which is spreche, obviously, because that's similar to språk, which is language in Swedish. But yeah, that one follows the normal subject, verb, object. But then you could hey Jew, you can confirm this if it's true, but you could like make a sentence where like spreche, the verb, would be at the end of the sentence too, right? If I'm not mistaken. I don't know exactly when that happens, but I'm quite sure you have that type of grammar as well. Ein bisschen, a little. Okay. So would that be ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch? That would be I speak a little bit of Dutch. Oh, sorry, not Dutch. It's so confusing with Deutsch in German and Dutch in English. But yeah, German is what I meant. Ich kann kein Deutsch sprechen. Yeah, so this is I can... Is this I can non-German speak? Yeah, that is a... So, yeah, that is a bit of a backwards grammar for me. Because in Swedish that would be something like jag kan inte tala tyska. So which is, we would say, our grammar would be ich kann kein sprechen Deutsch. But you guys move the verb to the end, which is very interesting for a... I'm allowed to stream this. Yeah, it's free. That should be fine. German stole most grammar from Balkans. Is that true? Is that actually true? I don't speak German. Ich kann kein Deutsch sprechen. Yeah. But the literal translation is like, I can not German speak. So, oh, that was, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. That was a 100% a misclick. I am so sorry. I just accidentally fucking banned the Jew in my chat. I'm sorry, dude. I did not mean to do that. That was 100% a misclick. Fucking hell, sorry, dude. It happens. Okay, I'm gonna keep my mouse away from the chat. That was not what I meant to do. Yeah, but you almost go for like the same kind of grammar that they would use in like Japan and stuff, you know. Because in Japanese you always put the verb at the end. You say stuff like, you know, my name Sherpy is would be their like common type of grammar, which is like putting the verb at the end. Whereas you can sometimes do it in Swedish, I think, depending on how you... Wait, can you? No, not really. You can kind of do it by using some reverse grammar, which is kind of okay, but it's still not. It's not really the same thing. Anyway, should we have a little bit of a look at this video? So this is what you'll learn. Holy shit, this is quite long. But we can do a little bit going through this lesson as well as working on the stuff. We jump a little bit back and forth.
Hi, welcome to the course. It all comes down to your Steam page. Every bit of marketing that you do results in people coming to your Steam page. Every tweet, every streamer that covers your game, every podcast that you're on, everything comes down to your Steam page. If you have a good Steam page, you're going to improve the click-through rates, the wish list rates, and the sales that you have. So if you have a weak Steam page, it's going to affect all other marketing that you do. It's that important. I want to show you an example of what I mean here. These are two games on Steam, and their developers were kind enough to share their numbers.
Well, this is a pretty cool capsule. Lo-fi ping pong, interesting.
But there's some interesting things that happen here. So both of these games, Lo-Fi Ping Pong and Omen Exito, have about the same impression rate, about 35,000 impressions per 7 days. This is a 1 week cut of traffic. Now, the number of impressions you get, if somebody likes the capsule that they see, that's what an impression is, they'll click it. The result is a visit. And the ratio of the number of times the capsule is shown to the number of
Gamedev is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Has a 9.6.
Welcome in, gamedev. Nice to have you, man. Let's do it. Let's fix the posture for a bit. How you doing, man? Let me know, by the way, guys, if you end up having like echo, since I'm using speakers. If my mic starts picking it up, just let me know. I'm trying to do my best to make sure that doesn't happen, but if that is the case, let me know. I tried drawing Nico from One Shot. Oh, did you? You can share it on the Discord if you want.
Click-through rate. Omenexito, 6.7% click-through rate. Not too much of a difference, 3 percentage points. That's not too much, right? Then from the visits, they wishlisted if they liked the game. Now, Lo-Fi...
Yeah, I suppose this is the general... Like, if you go by stats, this is how it works. Because impression is them seeing the thing. I think this was the click-through rate. I mean, it becomes the click-through rate. Like, how many people saw it, actually clicked on it to visit the page. And out of those, how many decided to wishlist it? Not really, but when it comes to Slavic languages, you have Slovenian, which is heavily influenced by German. In Croatian and Serbian, we mostly don't use starting pronouns. I, you, he, she. Oh, interesting. Another language does not allow verbs at the end of sentence, where in German you can do that, and in Slovenian you can do whatever you want. Oh, interesting. So wait, what is your native language? Wait, we mostly don't use starting pronouns. You can do that quite a bit in Swedish too, actually. There's a lot of the time where you actually can omit the pronoun or whatever from the sentence, and it still kind of works because of the context. Similarly-ish to, not really, but Romance languages can also do it, since you conjugate the verbs depending on who does it. So just by having the verb, you already know who like the subject is, so you don't need to actually say it. In Sweden, in general, like a full standard grammatical sentence would have the subject, but a lot of the time you don't always need it. Like, if I say that if someone asks me so what did you do? The full sentence would be like, I was gonna say like, I was in town yesterday, like, jag var i stan igår. In certain contexts you could just go, var i stan igår. Like, yeah, just was in the town yesterday. But that's with the context, you can make it understand. I'm not sure it would be considered like 100% formally grammatically correct, but it kind of works. But I suppose it might be different in Croatian and Serbian, where it's more even formally grammatically correct to not use it. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not the most knowledgeable when it comes to Slavic languages. I have some experience with like Czech and Polish, but not a lot. Very little. Mainly with Czech, to be honest. Hence in Balkans we are joking about German stealing our grammar. Oh, I see. Native is a mix of Croatian and Slovenian. Oh, don't know the international name of the dialect. For legal reasons, it's Croatian. Interesting. What do you call it? Like, so the non-English equivalent or whatever. Oh! Yeah, I recognize it from the Steam trailer and stuff. Cool stuff, man. GG. Oh, the posture and everything seems quite on point. Looks good. We call it all language when translated. Ooh, interesting. That's actually quite interesting. So, but geographically speaking, are you from Croatia then? Since you said for legal reasons it's Croatian. But are you from like... But a part that speaks a mix with Slovenian? Am I kind of understanding this correctly? Yeah, okay, interesting.
4.7% wishlist rate. That means 4.7% of people who visit the page decide to click the wishlist button. Omen Exitos, 2.7. Again, 2%, not too much.
Interesting. I mean, I do suppose that one thing that's good about this capsule art is that it probably explains the game better. Because I understand that this is most likely going to be a game about ping pong. So for the people who checked it, they were probably looking for a game with ping pong, which ended up meaning that more people actually ended up wishlisting the game, just it ended up being a game about ping pong. This game, Omex Exitio, I think, it's a very cool capsule art, but I don't really know what the game is. I might be more inclined to click this one, but then if it's not the game I thought it was, maybe not as big chance of people wishlisting it. This is me just guesstimating here, I have no idea, but it seems like that could be somewhat likely.
2% here, 2% there. But if you look at the numbers for that week, that 7-day period, it's a lot different, right? Now, if you were to extrapolate the number of wishlists they get this 1 week to a whole 52 weeks, you get 8,372 wishlists per year for Lo-Fi Ping Pong and 3,068 wishlists per year.
Yeah,
for Omen.
that's a very big difference.
Small percentages can have major impact over the year. And this is without doing any external marketing. This is just day in, day out earning wishlists. So it's very important that you make sure that your page is optimized as best it can be. I make Steam pages professionally. I've made dozens of them. And I think it's one of the most important things for anybody to have in their marketing arsenal. Small changes can have big impacts. That's why I'm offering this class for free. I want you to learn what I have learned. I've made a lot of mistakes on making Steam.
Out of curiosity, like I said, I do know, I know of Chris. I've seen a lot of like videos and stuff with him. Is he a game developer as well, or is he like more like 100% market focused? Does anyone know? Most difficult part for people learning Croatian, Serbian, Slovenian is that when you would translate, you have said that to one of those languages, and then back to English, word for word meaning, you will end up with something like have said. Oh, I see. I feel like the most difficult part that I've come across when it comes to Slavic languages is definitely noun conjugations. Like, I'm used to having, I know that you have like complex verb conjugations as well, like changing the verb depending on the subject. But I'm kind of used to that, you know, learning Portuguese and a Romance language. I'm used to having to conjugate verbs more frequently compared to my native language. But the way you guys, this is an assumption, but I assume you do it in Croatian, Serbian, Slovenian as well, because I know they do it in Czech at least. They also conjugate the nouns depending on the context of the sentence, and that like blows my mind a little bit, because that means that not only do I have to learn like 20 new conjugations for each verb, I also need to learn like 20 new conjugations for each noun I learn, which is pretty fucking insane. That is the one thing that kind of scared me a little bit when it comes to Slavic languages.
Pages,
all the noun conjugations.
You to make the same mistakes too. So come along with me. We're going to go step by step through every single component on Steam. Let me show you. We're going to look at how Steam works, what the algorithm does for you. I'm going to show you how to understand what your game is, what kind of genre it is, so that you can make a page that is correct for your type of game. I'm going to show you how the capsule works. It's just this little image that represents your game. I'm going to show you how to tag your game, how screenshots and video work. I'm going to show you how to validate this thing called the hover tooltip. I'm going to show you how shoppers browse your page once they arrive on it. I'm going to show you how to write a short description, how to write the About This Game section, and then monitor the results after you've made your changes. I'm also going to show you how to get feedback from other people so that you know you're on track. For each one of these, I'm going to show you the theory behind it and practical advice on how to actually do it. It's going to be action-oriented, hopefully fun, and very informative. So come along with me, join this class, learn how to make a good Steam page. So what if this is your first game and you don't have a Steam page yet? That's okay. It's important that you learn how Steam works while you're still collecting screenshots, trailer videos, anything, your description, your core gameplay loop. All that stuff is vital when you're building your Steam page. Now, if you've already released a game and you've had it up on Steam for years, this could be very helpful for you too. Steam has a long life, and if your game is being frequently updated or being regularly changed, Steam likes that and will surface your game more. So giving a freshen up, a nice spring cleaning to your Steam page can be very helpful. So I think the class is going to be useful for veterans and newbies alike. So come along. I think you're going to find a lot of information in this class, and I hope.
Interesting. But I do suppose that there still is a advantage to having a new game. It's like, if I'm looking at the store, in general, I'm gonna see new games, right? Like Red Dead Redemption 2, still relatively new. 2019, actually, never mind. Fucking hell, time flies, doesn't it? I feel like that came out yesterday. You know, maybe not, that's actually quite old. It's fucking 6 years old. Yeah? I mean, not really. It's like 5 years old. Still. Save the Diver, 2023. I do suppose it would be true that most of these are still at least relatively... Like, I think I would need to scroll quite a long while until I find, like, Elder Scrolls Morrowind original version. Right? But I do suppose that still, it's to be said that if you have a better Steam page, it's still gonna have, you know, it's still gonna bring you some good metrics, I suppose. Anyway, that was a little bit of a tangent.
See you on the other side. Thanks. Hi, welcome to the next lecture, How Steam Works. Now, a lot of people make the mistake thinking that Steam is just some sort of storefront that you just upload your game to and it's just a repository and then people download your file. In actuality, Steam is like a social network. It knows who you are, it recommends things to you, but instead of chasing likes or retweets, it's actually asking you to buy things. And that's a really powerful thing. And that's a really powerful way to start thinking about Steam. Now, a lot of people want to know, what's the magic algorithm to Steam? The surprising thing is, there's not one algorithm. There's tons of little widgets all over Steam, and each one has its own little rules and different ways of presenting your game. But at the core, it's a recommendation engine, and it works pretty simply. It knows what you've played in the past and what you play a lot of, and then it just recommends more games that are very similar to that game that you played and enjoyed a lot.
Yeah, that's true, because if you think about it, isn't it like every time you go to a page, if we go back to Roguelite, you're always gonna see this little, is it relevant to you? Similar games you've played. Interesting that it only shows Hades. I mean, because I've played a lot of roguelites and Souls-like, but Hades is the one they pick. Oh, I suppose it's also the roguelite tag, isn't it? I don't know, does Binding of Isaac, do you have a roguelite tag? I know this should be considered... Oh, it does have the tag though. It is more of a roguelike, as far as I know, but it does have the roguelite. Interesting that this one doesn't show up. I assume it is a very different combat. This is based on tags. Yeah, there is quite a few here that are very different to the types you have. Whereas, out of curiosity, can I not? Roguelite. Yeah, hack and slash you had as well. Action roguelite. Yeah, I suppose it is more similar, permadeath. I should add replay value. Yeah, you probably could. I mean, you definitely have replay value. Out of curiosity, what would a game like Dark Souls, what tags do they have? Can I turn off? Yeah, autoplay videos. Let's turn that off. Souls-like dark fantasy. Oh, interesting. I think you have dark and fantasy, don't you? RPG difficult. Action. Oh, they have dark and fantasy as well. Atmospheric, great soundtrack, action RPG, lore rich. Multiplayer, exploration. Yeah, there's a few. Character customization, interesting. Yeah, just obviously you don't really have like co-op and multiplayer. Exploration, I suppose not in like the traditional sense. But otherwise there's a lot here that you have as well. But obviously that one not being a roguelike, which probably makes a big difference. What was your... since you decided to do 2 pages, right? You have the roguelite and then you have the demo. From what I understand, the main advantage to having the demo have its own page is the fact that you can get like demo reviews, right? After you have done this now, would you recommend doing a separate page, or would you recommend having the demo on the same page? Like if we take something, let's take like Blockshop, Full Boxes game. If we check this one, this is the main game and we have the demo link here. So this is not separated, this is on the same page. But that means that we can play the demo, but we can't actually review the game. Yeah, I suppose it's... Oh yeah, I remember we were talking a little bit about this before. It depends a little bit on how... You know, how well it does. Because if the demo does bad, it does not do anything bad for the full game. Whereas if the demo does really good and you get like... Say you get like thousands of positive wish lists, now those wish lists would count in for the full game as well. If you're confident in your game, I suspect separate page is better. Interesting. Okay, as per usual, let me quickly run and reheat my coffee. 60 FPS capped, nice name, welcome in, how you doing? And then we'll continue having a look at this course. So far I do trust this guy's opinion quite a lot, so I think this could be a valuable resource. How many courses does he have? Quite a lot. If anyone else wants to check this out as well, you have the link. If I would get negative reviews, I'd probably just make it 1 page. But isn't that worse then? Because then those negative reviews negatively affect the full game, doesn't it? Isn't it better to have, like, in case you manage to fix whatever issues in the demo people complain about, if you fix that for the full game, now those negative reviews wouldn't affect the full game. Whereas if you have 1 page, those negative reviews would negatively affect the full game. I feel like it seems to be more like risk-reward having it be on 1 page. But I also don't know really what I'm talking about. This is mainly me guessing here. The reviews are just for demo. Yeah, I'd combine it and then fix the issues. Oh, okay, interesting, I see. Okay, anyway, let me do a quick little break here. I'm just gonna go and reheat my coffee. I will be back in like 1 minute. Thank you guys for your patience. Okay, we are back. Sorry guys, I don't know what has happened. I think my clip player is a little bit bugged. For some reason, even when I was starting the stream today, I had it up for like 10 minutes and I think it played a total of 1 clip. I don't really know what's going on. I think I'm gonna need to look into that. Because if you have demo and it has super negative reviews, you won't get wish lists. Because you won't get players anymore. Yeah, true. Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay, how Steam works.
That's it. Now, you might be thinking that's kind of a weird algorithm. That's not how most people play. But when I was doing a study on Steam, watching how people were actually shopping Steam, they had a very similar thing to say. Watch this video.
It's like Super Meat Boy, but with a little bit of 3D or something.
Yeah.
This game looks very similar to Civilization, so I think this is very interesting to me.
Oh, looks like FDO. I actually like these ones.
And looks like Mario Party. No, thank you.
Reminds me of Alien Isolation, a little bit, not quite.
Yeah, it seems to be some sort of like city building game, but on a skyscraper. Doesn't interest me specifically.
It feels kind of night in the woodsy. And I like that. Oh my god, the art style's so pretty.
A real-time RTS city builder. That's really the kind of combo I love to go for. I've loved games like The Settlers, Age of Empires.
Now you might have heard them. They said, "Oh, I like this game because it's similar to this game," or "This game looks like this game plus this thing."
Yeah, it's what we do, isn't it? We always compare it to what we already know. It's the same thing with like Code Red's game, for example. You go to the Steam page, right? And then you go, oh, interesting. This looks like a 2D Dark Souls combined with Slay the Spire. So you do like, oh, this is a combination of these games. Or you go, oh, this just straight up seems like this game. Like maybe you look at Monster Train and you go, oh, this seems like Slay the Spire. I might like this. So what would people say about my game then? That's the question, I suppose.
That core concept of similarity is so important for marketing your game.
This looks like Amnesia, but point and click.
You've probably been taught from watching a lot of indies that the most unique game wins. And if you just have a very unique hook, something that's so strange nobody's ever heard of, that's how you win. But in actuality, the most popular games are very similar to existing games. They're just a slight improvement or a...
It's the yoink and twist. That's what it is, isn't it? You take a game, you twist it a little bit, and now you have something that's unique but similar.
Slight change to something existing. So what you actually have to do when putting your game up on Steam is know what your game is and what game it's similar to. That simple combination of similarity and newness is what's going to make your game sell. So let's take a look at what Steam has and how I can show you that genre really matters. So this is the front page of Steam, and I'm just going to show you some of the widgets and how they actually recommend your game. Now you'll notice that this front featured and recommended, one of the biggest things on the page, you'll see this game recommended because you've played games tagged with procedural generation, roguelike, roguelite. Right there, recommending because of my past play behavior. A lot of these games on this list are going to be because of that similarity. You'll notice, again, recommended because of the tagging. If you scroll down here, it's going to have a whole widget that just says, because you've played The Binding of Isaac Rebirth, it's recommending games to me. Again, it's all based on what you play and based on what games are similar. And you'll notice that all these similar games are all roguelike, roguelites. They're very clear on their genre and how similar they are to this other game called Binding of Isaac. Now, if you keep scrolling down, there's another section here. It says players like you love. Steam knows me. It knows what my play history is, what I spend a lot of time playing. So all these things are customized recommendations that are similar to games I've already played. Now, one thing, if you've never actually done it, is to check.
Yeah, so that's why the best strategy basically is to look at games you're emulating or games that are similar to your game and basically try to use similar tags and keywords to what they are using, because that makes sure that if the player has played that specific game that's similar to yours, you raise the potential chance of your game ending up in a list like this for those players, which means that not only is it visible on Steam, but it's visible on Steam to your target audience, right?
Check out this thing called the discovery queue. When you click this, you're presented with games that the algorithm has taken a look at and determined are similar to games that you've played in the past. Again, when you go through this, it is recommending games you're going to like. So if you click this next queue, it's going to pull up another game that's similar to you. Now, the interesting thing is, when you scroll down, there's another widget embedded in every single Steam page, and it's got this little thing. It says similar to games that you've played. It tells me right here, again, because you've played XCOM, this game is similar to it. Steam is so conscious of what games are similar to your play history, and that's how the algorithm works. So I hope you've seen between the players who have been...
Yeah, that's the thing, yeah. Steam is conscious about what games are similar to your game, but I suppose that not directly inherently, it's conscious about it because you've entered similar tags, similar keywords, you know. I suppose this is what makes the tags so important, because Steam doesn't really know your... it's not like the Steam client test plays your game and some AI determines how similar the game is to this game. It's more so the information you've entered, right? So it looks at the tags of games that are similar to yours, or that people who played those games with similar tags, or stuff like... You get the idea.
Recommending games just based on the way they look in that video I showed, and then this tour of how Steam works, that genre is very important. You need to understand what type of game you have and what games are similar to it. Now, I know it seems like you should try...
But how is it? I don't know, Coderad, if you're still here, you get to pick a main genre as well. Does that one really matter? I'm not talking about the tags now, but each one has a... I'm quite sure if we look here. Yeah, interesting here. So the main genre for Roguelite is RPG games. But then we have all these tags that define more specifically what type of game it is. So if we go to categories, I suppose that... Is this a mix of tags and the main category? Oh wait, now I'm a bit confused. If I go to action RPG. What's up, Raka? How you doing? The life of an indie dev, designer, marketeer, programmer, salesman. Yeah, that's basically it, isn't it? No. Yeah, look. So I was in the action RPG, but this one's main category would be action games. So that doesn't seem to actually make a huge difference in what lists your games end up in. Interesting. I bet he's gonna go through it anyway, but... How you doing, Raka? How are you feeling as a free man? Another awesome stream here on Twitch. Currently going through a Souls marathon. Just made it to the final game, Elden Ring, isn't it? And man, did just become, technically speaking, a full-time content creator. GG. Congratulations, man. Welcome to the unemployed club. I salute you.
And make your game look like every single game that's out there on Steam. Maybe it's a little bit of roguelike, maybe it's a little bit of RPG, maybe it's a little bit of platformer, but in actuality you should be very specific with your game. The more specific and clear that your game is, the easier the algorithm can grab a hold of it and recommend it on those little widgets that I just showed you. And it's also easier for fans who are fans of other games that are similar to your game, will be able to identify it as similar in certain regards. So you need to be very clear with your genres, very clear with what features and aspects of your game are going to be common to them and understandable. So your Steam page...
Responsibilities are light, pockets are lighter. Let's go.
...has two main goals. One is to tell the algorithm on Steam what your game is, because it needs to have the certain metadata and certain details of your game in order to recommend it in those discoverability queues or on all those little widgets I showed you. The second thing is to be attractive to players. One, it has to show your genre to those players, and then it also has to just look attractive. Your game has to look like it's standing above the crowd. It's not just another piece of shovelware. It has to be a quality game. Steam shoppers really like quality. They really like really in-depth gameplay that's going to keep them satisfied for their dollar. So you really need to deal with those two audiences, Steam and the shopper. And I'm going to show you how to do that. In the next lecture, I'm going to show you how to look at your game objectively so that you can see what type of game you have and be very clear with the way you're going to present it to Steam so that it knows where to recommend your game. It's going to use some worksheets and some just basic step-by-step process in order to analyze what your game is. And so I can't wait for you to join me.
Yeah, because that's the interesting thing. I'm actually not entirely sure I'm fully set on this. Like what I should focus on. I think, for me, it seems like it would make more sense to focus on the horror genre over like the puzzle genre, and especially over the point and click genre. I feel like the point and click genre is too niche, and I feel like the whole atmosphere in the game itself will be, you know, horror, so for that reason I feel like it kind of makes more sense to focus on that one. Even though a lot of the mechanics will end up being puzzle games, but I suppose we'll see what he actually says about it. Horror definitely should be main focus. Yeah, I feel like that makes the most sense, doesn't it?
Hi, welcome to the next lecture, Understand Your Game. Now in the last lecture I showed you a video of
Resident Evil is puzzle game. And check the Steam page. True. But isn't like, I feel like, are not most horror games in some regard puzzle games? Isn't it almost always that the way you actually progress, like the actual like mini game loops inside of the whole game, end up kind of being puzzle games? I feel like that's almost always the case. Isn't it? Like, you know, you have to find the specific things and do something to get out, wherever it might be. I feel like most of the time, horror games do have a puzzle element. Unless, maybe, some games, if you take like... what's the name of that game? The only horror game I ever completed? Condemned. If you take Condemned as an example, that game might not be considered a puzzle game, because that's more action. The way you actually progress is by like killing stuff, basically. So that some might go more that direction. But if it's like a non-action, non-combative horror game, I feel like it's almost always a puzzle game. But let's check Resident Evil. And also, what's up, AE? How you doing, mate? Welcome in. It is the main category up here, which I still believe doesn't really matter as far as I know. This is action games. But the first tag they put in is horror. So horror is above action. Do they even have the puzzle tag? They don't. Oh, Resident 4 is more action? Oh, okay. I've actually never played a Resident Evil game. Let's check Resident Evil 2. Also, main category is action game. Oh, interesting. Zombies is the first one here. But yeah, survival horror. Yeah, puzzle, true. But they do definitely seem to focus more on the horror aspect. Deadly virus engulfs the residents of Raccoon City. Plunge in the city into chaos. Flesh-eating zombies roam the streets. Even this, the first sentence, is more of a focus on like the horror element. There's actually nothing here saying that this is a puzzle game. Reading this entire thing, yeah, unimaginable horrors await you. There's nothing here that actually gives an inclination that this would be a puzzle game. Doing well, how about you? I'm doing good. Doing some, a little bit of market research, Steam research, I don't know. Basically, yesterday I started the process of actually signing up for Steamworks and stuff, so we can at some point actually get a public Steam page for Shroud of Gloom. So I thought we're gonna, until I get verified or whatever, as a developer, I suppose, we'll try and prepare as much as possible. But then CodeRad linked this really good course that we're going through at the moment, just to make sure that we understand this process as much as possible before we start going too deep into it. But I'm glad to hear you're doing well, AE. Usually AAA game pages are actually quite bad. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense, because in some regard they don't need to be as good, right? Because Resident Evil, a new Resident Evil game is gonna have hype and get a high click-through rate, whether the Steam page is perfected or not. I suppose that makes sense. I wanna see a game like Amnesia. Holy shit, $1. Oh fuck, do I need to buy it? Oh no. Adventure games? Frictional games friend? Oh, interesting. This is not put on the horror. Is horror an actual tag on here? Categories. Is there a horror category? Maybe there isn't. No, there is. No, this is themes. It's not a genre. So horror is a theme. Interesting. Adventure games. So in that case, I wonder if I maybe should have puzzle as the genre and horror as the theme, but then market it more as a horror game rather than a puzzle game. Because I don't think that this one does that much, because as long as you tag it correctly, you're still gonna end up in like horror lists and everything. Yeah, they do have the puzzle tag as well. Horror, gore, psychological horror, survival horror. I need to read up on this as well. Let's ChatGPT it. Can you define horror? Oh, can you define the genres? Horror, psychological horror, survival horror. What other horror games are there? And other horror genres in terms of video games. I'm pretty sure Steam filtering is kind of wonky. Search The Room. The game is known for its puzzles, but Steam still classifies it as an adventure game. Interesting. This will change based on your tags if it's under action, etc. Wait, you mean this one? Like, will the main category change automatically depending on the tags? Is that what you mean? Oh, interesting. I think users also influence tags for the game. Yeah, that's true, because I can... Yeah, exactly, I can enter tags here. But these... The ones you see on the left side, that's always the ones that the developers entered, right? And then... But then I can, like, submit... Wait... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, because I know you can enter 20 tags, and this seems to be a list of 20. What did you say? The Room? Also an adventure game. Interesting. Oh, it's point and click as well. They have puzzle first, point and click, Horror is quite far down in this list at least. Overwhelmingly positive. Oh, is it a remaster? But this gives horror vibes immediately. Just a starting shot of like a not fully closed door is immediately like slightly creepy. Doesn't really show me the gameplay here though. Is this click and point? Point and click. Mysterious invitation leads to the attic of an abandoned house. Yeah, that seems very horror immediately. Look at what it says. It says popular user-defined tags. Oh wait, does it? Oh yeah, popular user-defined tags for this product. You are absolutely correct. These are tags applied to the product by the most users. You can click a tag to find other products with that tag applied. Interesting. Is that always the case? Yeah, popular user-defined tags for this product. Popular user-defined... Oh wait, is that always the case? Oh. So wait, are those not the ones that the developers enter then? Yeah, because it says the same thing everywhere. Yeah, popular user-defined tags. It first released to mobile, then the franchise got so popular that the studio made it for PC. It's a point-and-click mystery-solving game. Interesting. Remember that old-style games where you need to interact with something, either alone or with another item? Exactly like my game. The Room franchise is basically that, but with a deep lore behind it. Interesting. Okay, so I wonder if this from the get-go, because I mean, Roguelite is not out yet. This is not the demo, this is the full version. So I wonder if it shows kind of what Cold Red has entered here, and then if a bunch of people start entering new tags, it kind of sorts them depending on what they enter. I wonder if that is kind of how it works. Since I know that as the developer, you do get to enter like 20 tags, but then maybe if the developer doesn't tag it perfectly, it's basically a way for users to like tag it more accurately. Chris will talk about it. Fair point. Wait, let me double check the room again. Let's I want to look a bit into this game at some point, so let's wishlist it for now. Let's continue with the course. Hello, good afternoon. What's up, SwicerPT? Bon dia, how you doing? Welcome in.
Shoppers looking at games, and the first thing out of their mouth was, "This game looks like this game," or "This game looks like this game plus this game." I also showed you how Steam compares games right there on the dashboard. It'll say, you like this game because you liked this game. It always has that similarity of between those two. So I hope you get the hint here. It is super important that you understand what type of game you have so that you can tune your store page to show up in the right places on Steam and to look familiar to those Steam shoppers. I'm going to show you how to do that in this lecture. We're going to do it in two parts. Part one, we're going to show you how to find games that are similar to yours. Now, it's very important to have a broad sense of the games that are on Steam, because you need to have a target game that you can kind of orient your game towards so that Steam will recommend your game next to that game.
Yeah. I suppose that is where I really gonna need to do some market research, try and find the ways I want, or the games that I want to, like, relate my game to. Like you said before, like, people always go like, oh, this seems like that game. What are those games for my game that people would, like, compare my game to? Possibly something like The Room, maybe, oh, this seems like The Room, but a simpler 2D version. I don't know, I'm just guessing here, obviously I don't know too much about this game. The other one is definitely that, just those seem quite popular. The one that Fullbox showed me, where is it? Cube Escape Collection, just this is basically point-and-click horror adventures. Rusty Lake, oh, they don't have like a main thing. Puzzle, point-and-click, mystery, horror, indie, yeah.
Now, this sounds a little counterintuitive. You were told to be the most original game ever, but at least still make an original game, but have that concept of the most similar game. For instance, let's say you're making a Metroidvania game.
Once you type a bunch of tags for your game, Steam will show you similar games, then look at them if they are truly similar. Oh yeah, I suppose that's a good way of doing it right then. Because then you get an idea of how Steam will, like, interpret your game after you enter the tags. And then if they show, like, games that are too different to mine, that's when I maybe show, like, okay, maybe I need to look closer into what tags I choose so that I can, like, narrow it down and get the games that I truly believe have my target audience. Okay, that's good then.
Now, you could say that your target game is Metroidvania, but that game isn't on Steam. You could say that it's Symphony of the Night, but that game's also not on Steam. What you need to do is find the game that is on Steam that is still similar to your core game.
Since I put in the action tag, it started showing God of War for my game, for example. That's bad since the game is nothing like that. Yeah, that makes sense. So then you change the tags, and now, for example, for me, it shows that it's similar to Hades, which makes way more sense, since that's also like a action roguelite with like hack and slash kind of things. Yeah, change and reorder them. Order is huge. Okay. Yeah, I did get that impression, especially since the order also decides what like shows up here first, because you don't see the tags that are down here, so you want to make sure that the most important ones will be displayed not only here, but also if we go to the store, you can see the tags when you like hover games, right? So, for example, if I hover over this game, yeah, now it says up here, casual single player roguelike turn-based. And I'm quite sure that if we go into this game now, casual single player roguelike turn-based, that is the first tags. So it does seem like you definitely should try and have a good order with those tags.
In this case, let's say it's Bloodstained. Bloodstained is made by a lot of the same
Tell me if you guys think it's too annoying me going at 1.25 speed.
developers behind
I can lower it
Symphony of the Night. But it's actually on Steam, so you can see the tags, you can see some of the screenshots, you can see some of the other information associated with it. Now, I'm going to switch over and do a demo, and I'm going to show you how to collect the information and find these similar games. Let's take a look. Now, as part of this lecture, I've attached a Google Doc form that's blank. You can fill it out on your side.
Interesting.
A Google Doc form that's blank. You can fill it out on your side. And what it's got is 3 different columns for each of your target games. I think once you've kind of identified 3 target games, you're pretty good. Now, what I've done here is I've got a section here where you can record what the capsule is, what the URL of the Steam page for this game is, the short description for this target game, and then also the tags that are associated with it. This information is going to be very helpful in the following lectures, so please do this exercise. Now, let's go over to Steam.
Okay, so we should figure out 3 target games. and look at what they have. We can link them, what the description is, and what tags they use.
Now, let's go over to Steam. And let's just say I'm making a roguelike platformer. My target game is going to be Rogue Legacy. So when you go over to the Steam page for Rogue Legacy, we're going to start by saving this image here. So just right-click on it and say Save Image. Save it to your hard drive. You're going to select this whole short description. Just do a quick Control-C. Then flip over to your spreadsheet here. You're going to paste your short description. You're going to paste the URL to that Steam page. And then you're also going to insert the capsule image. And the way you do that is you just go Insert, Image, Image in Cell, and then you're going to select that file that you saved locally. For the tags, what you're going to do is you're going to go over to the Steam page, and you're going to go over and you're going to click this little plus button. Now when you click the plus button, it's going to pull up this whole list of tags. You're just going to select them all. And sometimes that last one's a little tricky to get, so whoops. Sometimes I just manually type in that last one, I'm not going to lie. You select all the, and then if you hit Control V, you can just paste in all the tags. When you're done with this, you're going to end up with something that looks very similar to this. It's just, you've got this list of tags, you have your short description, you have your capsule image, and then you have your URL. That's for one game. Now,
what's up, Noah the Bob? Welcome in, how you doing?
What are you going to do next? Well, let's show you this. Here's how to find more target games.
So, just straight off the point, what do you guys think are the target games for me? Do you guys have any ideas what you would like to try to, I suppose, relate my games to or compare my games to? Just the ironic thing here is obviously the fact that I'm making a puzzle horror game and I have not played a lot of puzzle horror games. Pizza Tower? That sounds a little bit different to my game. Is that an actual game? Pizza Tower? Oh, it actually is. I feel like this has a little bit of a different vibe to my game. Oh wait, I've seen this. Did not... Oh, overwhelmingly positive. Did not GMTK mention this game in a video or something? Actually, yeah, I remember seeing this game. Has kind of cool, cartoony graphics. You should stream it. I would not be opposed to giving this a go. Fast-paced 2D platformer with an emphasis on movement, exploration and score attack. Highly stylized pixel art inspired by the cartoons from the 90s. Highly energetic soundtrack.
You're just going to go over and you're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom. And you're going to...
Just, I don't know if just when I think horror games, the first one that pops into my head is Amnesia. But I suppose my game might have a lot more of a puzzle game. Oh, sorry. Puzzle aspect compared to Amnesia. Just, do they even have the puzzle tag? Oh yeah, they do actually. But it's still very different. I feel like, is this too different? Five Nights at Freddy's. Ooh, yes, you are absolutely correct. Because I've noticed, I think I've shown this before, but if we have a look at YouTube for people who've played my game, this is actually pretty interesting. Almost everyone you go into, since my game doesn't exist in any database yet. Okay, maybe not that one. Twisted. Oh, he shows Inscription. Interesting. Because I've noticed that a lot of people, like Verazo here, actually shows Five Nights at Freddy's as the game. Which I think is because this is a game that people compare my game to. Okay, I think that should actually be one of the main target games. It is on Steam, right? Yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's. Very positive. Horror, single player, survival horror, robots. Psychological horror, point and click, jump scare. Yeah. I think we should note this one down immediately, because I think this one is gonna be important. I think probably my number one target game actually should be Five Nights at Freddy's. Thank you very much. Might be my web dev brain talking, but he should justify the text inside the cell so it would not occupy so much space. Also, the tags not necessarily need to be a whole line. Commas would be more ideal. Yeah, I can actually agree. Oh yeah, it shares similar games. But this feels different. At the very bottom. Oh, more like this. Dead by Daylight. Outlast Trials. Dead Space. Stalker. Oh, that's the relatively new game, right? Resident Evil Village. Definitely a lot of horror games here. I suppose it's not as... Little Nightmares. Oh yeah, I think I've seen this. Wow, these games are nothing like Freddy's. Yeah, I'm actually surprised. What's this? That's another Five Nights at Freddy's game. Don't Starve Together? I mean, I know that Subnautica has a lot of like a horror element to it, but I'm not sure I would go as far as saying that it's a conventional horror game. Yeah, Don't Starve is definitely random. Resident Evil Village. True. I see. Subnautica, I love Subnautica, underwater survival horror game. It's amazing. Yeah, it is. I played the first one. Oh yeah, the second one isn't even out. Dude, I played the first one in VR. That I can say is definitely a horror game. Holy shit, it's so bad. I mean that in the best way possible for a horror game. Maybe it is more of a horror game than I give it credit for. In VR, Subnautica is fucking terrifying. You can also search by tabs, maybe horror point and click first person. Oh yeah, you can search with like multiple tabs, right? That is true. You've not seen the creations of Subnautica from 100% horror. Yeah, I have not played through it, so that might also be another reason. If you're fear of the ocean, it's probably the scariest game. Fair point. Absolutely fair. Let's see, how do we do this? So, should I just choose a category first? We go like horror theme. How do I filter this? Here. So now we are on horror, and then we go maybe subgenres. Wait, can I search? So we do point and click horror. Yeah, this seems... I wonder what... Let's see. We do still have horror, right? Yeah, psychological horror, yeah. That's Not Your Neighbor. I think I've heard of that one. A lot of games here I have not heard about. The Room. Interesting. Inscription. I feel like that's not a game I should focus on. Because this is more... I feel like this game I would compare more to like deck builders and roguelites, even though it might have a bit of a horror element to it. I think these might be good. Maybe The Room and Cube Escape Collection. Even though... Oh yeah, this is classified as a point and click. And this game I think is the most like inherently similar to how my game works. Even though Five Nights at Freddy's is very similar too. I think the popularity of Five Nights at Freddy's is probably why I should focus on this game as like the #1 game to try and emulate on Steam. But maybe something like Cube Escape Collection and The Room. Rusty Lake is from the same one as Cube Escape. I think that's even the name of the developer. The Walking Dead? Is this a point-and-click game? Are these not like... Oh, this doesn't have a trailer. Wait, are you not required to have a trailer? Yeah, point and click. But are these not like those story games where you just make decisions? Maybe it's not. Wait, what happened now? Did I lose my... Yeah. Okay, I think for now we can say maybe something like the Cube Collection or whatever it's called, and maybe the game that AE showed us, The Room, seems to be similar as well. Maybe check Five Nights at Freddy's 4. Ooh, yeah, true, because I think I checked the first one, didn't I? So which one is that then? Here. In the last chapter of Five Nights at Freddy's original story. Horror, survival horror, single player, first person. I mean, in some regard, even though my game is a point and click game, it kind of is first person. Is that crazy to say? But I mean, with like the perspective you have with the flashlight and everything, I suppose you could kind of argue that my game is a first person game. Even though you don't like look around. I don't know how you define it. Difficult, point and click. Dark is definitely one we should use, I think. Strategy. Maybe not really for my game. At least not yet. Indie, story rich, family friendly. Actually? Jump scare, I think we should use. Okay, let's check the similar games here. Outlast Trials, Dead by Daylight. It actually seems to be very similar to the first one. Don't Starve again! That is so surprising. What is Don't Starve doing here? Difficult in the survival horror. Yeah, I suppose. I still feel like it has a very different vibe to the other ones. Does it not? Dredge? Dude, some of these are very surprising. I mean, yeah, I do suppose there's some similarity, but definitely not as much as I would expect. I have the fear of ocean, that's why I like to play it so much. It's so scary, and when you hear entering an ecological dead zone, makes me... and there's like 5 hostile creatures heading towards you with the mouths wide open. Yeah, it is quite freaky, not gonna lie. Have you tried it in VR? Because I'd say that VR Subnautica takes it to a whole different level. I think I might have actually played the game more in VR than I did normally. I'd say so, it's definitely not third person. Yeah, true. Yeah, I think... I don't think you would be incorrect to classify my game as a first-person game. I mean, it might not be conventionally what you think about when you hear first-person, but I feel like if you put a little asterisk on it, I feel like it's technically a first-person game. Subnautica has been out a long time, and they finally are making a sequel, Subnautica 2. It's multiplayer, which I've always wanted to play. Multiplayer, but you need to download mods to do that. Oh, for the first one? Oh, I see. Yeah, I feel like multiplayer Subnautica sounds like it could actually be a lot of fun. Okay, so you are probably correct though, Codrad, that we should probably focus on the one that is the most recently released, right? I feel like that makes sense. Should we have that as a target game instead then? Five Nights at Freddy's 4. And this one will do a bit of double checking on whether we want to keep those as the target games. I feel like it does make sense, but I feel like we should go a little bit more in depth and make sure that they are the most important ones. Because I feel like Five Nights at Freddy's makes the most sense. It's a huge game series, and it's actually the game most people have compared my game to so far. So I feel like that definitely made sense as like the #1 game we should try and emulate on Steam. Also, I forgot to check this. I want some... is it not here? Here. Horror, fear, dread, yeah, that made sense. Psychological horror, definition. These games emphasize psychological tension and mental instability, often blurring the line between reality and hallucination. I think that could be a tag for my game. Especially since I do have some plans on, you know, as we are going to minimize the presence of the monster, I think we might focus a little bit more on creepy stuff that could be perhaps considered hallucinations and stuff, or at least have it like unclear whether it is hallucinations or not. So I think we will be able to use psychological horror. Survival horror. These games emphasize survival in a hostile environment, often with limited resources and high stakes. I mean, we don't have resources in the normal sense, but focus on evasion and survival rather than direct combat, that is very true. Often includes puzzles, exploration, and inventory management. I think survival horror would fit for my game as well. I don't think it's action horror, because here you have like weapons and tools for fighting enemies. So that one will most likely not be a game or a genre that we should focus on. The other ones seem like they would match mine. Cosmic horror, often inspired by Lovecraftian themes. Insignificance of humanity. Oh yeah, we talked about this one before. This, yeah, like existential dread and stuff. I suppose this is not really... Oh yeah, Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, this one might not fit my game as much. Gothic horror, probably not either. That's more about the setting, I feel like. Slasher horror. Oh, is that like very gory kind of stuff? Relies on jump scares. Often includes stealth mechanics. Focus on escape and survival against a seemingly invincible foe. It's not too far off. Supernatural horror. Body horror. Holy shit, there's so many. Okay, so I feel like the ones that make the most sense for my game will probably be survival horror, psychological horror, and straight up horror. Most likely. Okay, let's continue. I'm getting way too distracted here. A picture of one of the main creatures. I think I'm gonna avoid that one because I don't know. Maybe if we should actually replay Subnautica on stream at some point. Since I didn't play a lot. I actually don't know how many hours I have in it, but it's probably not a lot. I wouldn't be totally opposed to maybe giving Subnautica another go and doing it on stream.
See this thing called More Like This. Go ahead and click See All. Steam is really good at knowing the contents of its library. And so what they do is they have a whole list of games that are very similar. So you might find some like this Scourgebringer, 2D platformer roguelike, Neon Abyss. All of these games are very similar, and since Steam thinks they're similar, you also want your game to think you're similar. So let's take a look at these. So top sellers, let's go with Dead Cells. And so I'm just going to click this one and go pull that same information, capsule, tag, short description, and URL. And we'll also do this one, Neon Abyss. Same thing. Go into the page, collect the capsule, URL, tags, short description. After you fill out all that information, your spreadsheet should look like this. You have 3 games, your 3 target games, all the tags, all the short descriptions, and the URLs. That's what your page is going to start looking like. Your spreadsheet will start looking like. Part 2, identifying the 4 key gameplay elements. Now, when shoppers are arriving on your Steam page for the first time, they have a very important question that they're asking themselves. What do you do in this game? It sounds obvious. You've been working on this game for a long time. But I find that a lot of developers actually have a problem identifying what's in their game. You've been so close to it. It's really hard to step back and just give a short 4-part answer. So I'm going to help you in this lecture. In game development circles, this is called the core gameplay loop. Now, the core gameplay loop is just what you do over and over and again, and it's the core center of your game. For example, let's say you're going to do the core gameplay loop or the 4 key elements for a game like Breath of the Wild. Now, it's a sprawling big game, and there's a lot of neat things in that game, but I would break the 4 key elements down to this. You explore a vast world, you solve puzzles in these little temples here, you do big boss fights, and then you do cooking and crafting with all the things you find when you're doing that exploration. Those are the 4 key gameplay elements. For Rogue Legacy, let's say you were making Rogue Legacy, not just setting it as your target game, I would say your 4 key gameplay elements are fighting enemies, selecting the next person in the lineage, exploring the castle, and then buying upgrades. So what we're going to do is we're going to take those 4 key gameplay elements and we're going to put them in this spreadsheet that I've linked below on this special tab called Your Game. Now you've got gameplay element 1, gameplay element 2, gameplay element 3, and 4, and you just put that in there. Fighting bosses, selecting the next person in your lineage, exploring the castle, and upgrading your town, buying upgrades. You've got to do this for your game. Now, it might be hard to do this. I recommend just asking a friend who's played your game, or just really think back to the first things that you've implemented in your game, because usually those are your core gameplay loop.
Hello, friends. So, what do you think are the 4 key gameplay elements of my game? I mean, obviously solving puzzles is going to be one. Solving puzzles is definitely one of the key elements. I don't know if escape room kind of thing could be one. Is that a popular tag on... Oh wait, this is not really an escape room one though. Is there a category for like escape room stuff? I suppose there definitely is a tag for it. Because my game has quite a lot of like escape room elements to it. Damn, there's a lot of games with escape room in the title. You are inquired to do my essay as an obligation for playing my game. Absence is not an option. Do it. Yeah, that's basically what we're going for here.
In this game, and it'll be very helpful when we get to the point where we're going to be picking our screenshots and doing our trailer, and also doing the long.
I mean, it did say ask your friends.
Another way to find similar games is to go to YouTube. When you go to YouTube, a lot of people do those things that the Steam shoppers do, where they say, this game looks like this game.
And here we are going to encourage parasocial relationships.
What I recommend is just going to the YouTube trailers or Let's Plays for your target game, and just scrolling down into the comments and looking for those comments. Here's one right here. This guy says, I get the vibes of The Longest Journey or Siberia. Maybe the graphics. It's a nice looking game. There you go. Your target games are The Longest Journey and Siberia. So why is it so important to know the target game and your 4 gameplay elements? Before you start building your page, you're going to have a lot of creative ideas for your Steam page, but you really need to boil it down to just these 4. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to interpret your page when shoppers are looking at it. It also helps solidify the game for your team. Now, your team might be several people, an artist, a marketing person, the CEO, the creative designer of the whole thing. All of these people can have a slightly different idea of what the game is. But when you all agree on what the 4 key gameplay elements are, it helps solidify the critique of your game's store page, because you can keep saying, did we cover these 4 gameplay elements? That's why we do it. It helps everybody get on the same page. Now, this all might seem super obvious, and you might be tempted just to skip over this section and start, picking screenshots or something. But I find that the developers who understand their game better and their other games in the market will have a much easier time in making their Steam page. It's going to make it so much better. So please do this exercise, and I'll see you in the next lecture. We're going to be talking Steam capsules. Hope to see you there.
4 key gameplay elements. Just because I consider you a friend doesn't mean I'm up for doing essays. Boundaries exist, friend. 4 key gameplay elements. I can't type. The 4 key gameplay elements of Five Nights at Freddy's are resource management, I don't really have that one, surveillance, not really, time management, not as of now, jump scares and tension. I mean, is that a game? I suppose gameplay element. I mean, puzzles. Yeah, maybe tension and jump scares. I mean, a lot of this is gonna depend on what kind of story elements and stuff we go for with the game, which obviously isn't like entirely decided yet, which makes it a little bit harder to narrow this down completely, because it could be something like, you know, mystery or whatever, but that depends a little bit on how the game kind of grows, what it grows into, you know. I never finished your game's demo, so finishing it now and forgot how stressful it is. Let's go. That's a good review. I said multiple times while making the game that it should not be comfortable. The point of the game is not that you should feel comfortable playing it. But yeah, I do think that right now we have a little bit too much jump scares or too much presence, which kinda minimizes the tension of the game. So I think that is something I'm gonna try and fix a little bit for the full version, where we focus maybe more on tension and less on like direct jump scares and stuff. I think that is going to be good for the game. Five Nights at Freddy's 4. Retired Android, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, man. Okay, description, boom. URL, boom. Tags, let's see, can I copy these? What's up, Retired Android, how you doing? Nice to have ya. Wait, are these? Oh, it actually turned into links. Okay, how do we do this the easiest way? This is what we do it. ChatGPT, everything. Give me this text without links, formatted like this. Tag, comma, tag, comma, tag. Oh, we didn't get the links here. Interesting. Thank you very much. Let me just copy that. And we're gonna paste that right about here. So now we have everything we need for Five Nights at Freddy's. We're gonna look into the other games later, make sure that these are the ones that we should focus on, but I'm pretty much determined that Five Nights at Freddy's is a game we should focus a lot on in terms of this Steam page. And welcome back Arstots as well, how you doing, man? G'day, nice to have ya. Audio is most important for tension, very true. I think that Bjarne did a really good job, because obviously the audio, the music and sound effects is the one thing I did not do for the game, and he definitely did a great job. If anyone wants to check out his other music and stuff, you have a link there. But yeah, I feel like we actually got to a very good point when it comes to the audio for the Game Jam version. I'm doing good, thanks. How are you? I'm doing good as well. Doing some Steam research and stuff here, because I finally started the process of trying to get my game on Steam. I have not been fully validated or whatever yet, but it's on the way, so soon enough we're gonna start putting the Steam page together. So trying to prepare as much as basically possible, pretty much.
Hi, welcome to the next lecture, capsules. Now, capsules are just the fancy word that Steam made up to describe the little box art for your game. And if you look at this front page of Steam, all these little images all over the place, these are capsules. Now, in this lecture, I'm going to show you how to design a capsule and how to research capsules, because they are so important. People shopping for your game really do judge your game based on your capsule. They judge it as if it's the cover of a book.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of look at the capsule before you even read the title, don't you? Like, if you're browsing Steam, I feel like the capsules are the #1 most important thing.
Now, we're going to look at 4 important aspects in this lecture. Why you should care about your capsule, what makes a good capsule, how Steam uses those capsules, and then how to make your own capsule, or rather, how to hire somebody to make your capsule. So part 1, why you should care about your capsule. I don't have money, fam. There are 2 things that will dramatically improve the number of wish lists you get on your store page every single day. The first are tags, and the second is a good capsule. If you have sort of a...
Speaking of which... Oh, interesting. So Five Nights at Freddy's... Yeah, I suppose that the characters in this game have gotten so popular that they actually don't even need a logo anymore. Just seeing this one is enough to tell most people that this is a Five Nights at Freddy's game. Five Nights at... Yeah, look at that. It's only the first one that actually has the title in the game, or in the capsule. That's pretty interesting. Can I copy straight off here? Your page URL. I can... Oh, wait, I can do this. Give me just 1 second. Screenshots. Can I not just copy this one and paste it here? That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, I see. What if I do this? There we go.
Unprofessional, or if you're not a professional graphic designer or artist and you're using kind of programmer art for your capsule, swapping out a highly produced, really great looking capsule can have a really dramatic impact on your store page. It's going to get seen more times than any other form of marketing, more than your trailer, more than your tweets. Just scrolling through Steam will expose users and shoppers to hundreds of capsules. And so if your capsule is in this mix, it's going to be seen by more people. Let me show you an example of what I mean by this. This is a game called Kingdom Workshop. In the game, you run a workshop and you make items and you trade with villagers. It's a very popular genre, and this is a game that really deserves a good capsule image. Now, for a while, this game was being developed and it was kind of trudging along. This is the daily active wish lists. And as you can see, it's just kind of bouncing along at the bottom of the chart. And this is the capsule at the time. Back then, it was called Dwarven Valley. And the capsule image was basically a screenshot with a little bit of text on top of it. Now, the developer decided, I think it's time to update my capsule. And so they got this really well illustrated image of one of the characters kind of crafting something. He is a dwarf, so it fit with the name at the time, Dwarven Valley. And you can see him kind of hammering away at a piece of molten metal. Now, after updating this image, his capsule image, he saw an immediate spike. Now, that very leftmost spike was when the developer updated that capsule image.
Yeah.
It's pretty dramatic. You can see where they were bumping along at the bottom, and then all of a sudden this improvement.
That's a big change.
The further spikes on the right, the really high ones, those are because of tags and other store descriptions. We'll get to that in time. But the very first initial improvement in his store traffic was because of that improvement to his capsule. You can also see it if you look at the follower chart, which we'll also describe later. But the follower chart is closely related to the number of wish lists. You can see they just start to take off, and it's right as he improved the capsule image. So let's look again at these 2 capsules, Dwarven Valley, before and after. You'll notice it's kind of ironic. By showing less of the actual game, the developer improved and had a better capsule. They brought in more wish lists. How can that be? Let me show you why this happens. We're going to show you what makes a good capsule. A good capsule image must do all of the following. It must be eye-catching. This is an example of a capsule that I consider very eye-catching. It's called Remnant from the Ashes. When I was doing my Steam study and watching people shop on Steam, if this capsule was presented to them in any form, I could almost watch their mouse going over to investigate. They wanted to know more about this game. There's just something about it. It's not necessarily because there's a gun. It's just the guy's face, the mysterious creature grabbing him. There's just something about this game and this capsule that just intrigues people. You want your capsule to be intriguing. The other thing is image quality. You want to show that your game is high quality.
Yeah, in terms of quality, I think that might be the main thing that I don't like about the, I suppose we can call it capsule, that I have on itch as of right now. I think this one is pretty good, like the general concept of it, but like the more closely you look at it, it's also, you know, it's not like super high quality, it's almost a little bit sketchy. You know what I mean. I do like the whole hand thing. I don't know, maybe if we should do something like this, which is this actually, I don't know, for some reason this kind of shows higher quality, I feel like, compared to this. Unless we do maybe try to do something more with the eyes or something to try and like fix this one up. Otherwise, I don't know if maybe we should go for something more in line with this. We'll see.
Quality. There can be a lot of shovelware on Steam, and so if you show off that your game is taken care, you've used professional art, and you have a lot behind your game, it's going.
I suppose what I actually should do is to actually hire someone who's an actual artist to do all of this stuff. But that's also money. We'll see. Probably not as maybe before the release or something. But that's dumb. Just the earlier you would do it, the better the game would perform, right? Just you would get more wish lists. We'll see.
Make your game look more.
Your pixel art solid, thank you, man.
Or I don't know what to say. Just to have that air of quality to it. Now, a lot of pixel art games get.
I do think we maybe could see if we can just make this one feel a little bit more polished. Because I do kind of like it. It has a nice vibe. I just feel like it could be more polished. Because a lot of this stuff is, you know, kind of quickly done.
A bad rap for being low quality. I make pixel art games, so I don't believe that. But a lot of Steam shoppers think of pixel art as low quality. So a lot of pixel art games will use high quality illustrated capsule images like Neon Abyss and Dead Cells. As you can see, they don't put pixel art in their capsule.
True.
By kind of hiring a professional artist to do their capsule art, they're saying, we're not just one of those cheap asset flip pixel art games. We are invested in our art, and we spend a lot of time on it. That's what your capsule needs to do. Your capsule also needs to show them.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have pixel art for like the capsule art and everything. Because obviously those, like Dead Cells doesn't. They have more like standard digital art made. But that would mean that I probably would end up needing to hire someone.
Mood of your game. Now, the mood is kind of just how you play and what your feeling is after playing it. And two perfect examples of this are Ooblets, with its bright, sunny pastel palette of a capsule, compared to the dark, grimy, Darkest Dungeon, with its dark reds, its blacks, its gritty textures. These two capsules are an excellent way of describing how just having a good, bright palette or a dark and grimy image can really show that your game is this type of mood. You need that match between the way it looks and the way it feels. You also need to subtly hint at your genre. Now, these are two capsules, Shop Titans and Crafting Idle Clicker, that have the genre of builder, a very popular genre on Steam. You'll notice that they both have a hammer featured in them. In fact, Crafting Idle Clicker thinks that it's so important to have a hammer, it put it in twice. Now, every game genre has these kind of subtle clues.
I feel like that's the thing about mine, that the hands and like the creepy red eyes is what immediately shows the player that this is a horror game, because it gives that vibe, you know.
To hint that it's this genre. For instance, simulator games like Flight Simulator, Farming Simulator, and Euro Truck Simulator all have this kind of slanted, italicized font with a bold outline, and then they have the object that you're simulating off to the side. So there it is. Euro Truck Simulator, you drive a truck. Farming Simulator, you drive a tractor. If your game is a simulator, you should kind of follow these slight guidelines. The other thing about a capsule that trips a lot of people up is they think they have to be too literal. Here's a great capsule for the game Celeste. You'll notice that There's nothing on this capsule that says this is a platformer. It's not like you literally see somebody jumping off a platform or like, I don't know, dodging spikes or something. Instead, you just see somebody striving for this object, the strawberries. It's very evocative of the kind of feeling that you get when you play Celeste, which is constantly leaping, constantly striving to almost grasp this thing. But you don't have to go out and literally put a platform with somebody jumping off a platform. You just need to have the kind of spirit of the game there. So just in review, the things that make a great capsule are for it to be eye-catching, to demonstrate quality, to show the mood of the game, to hint, to have those subtle clues at the genre, and then it doesn't have to over-explain. You don't have to be constrained by all the rules of what you do in the game. You just have to kind of evoke the feeling of playing the game. So now that you know these things that kind of make a great capsule, let's go back and look at the Dwarven Valley capsule change here. As you'll see, the Dwarven Valley shows off the genre. It's got that hammer in crafting something, which is something you do in the game. It shows that intrigue. What is that dwarf looking at? What's that tattoo on his face? There's just a lot of evoking, of just kind of feeling with this. There's kind of the sparks flying. You also kind of see the mood. It's got that dark, glowing kind of...
Also, one thing I would say here is the fact that this logo with like the sky as a background is lacking a lot of contrast, whereas obviously this logo like pops out way more.
Kind of furnace feel to it, like you're building something. And ironically, by showing less of the game, it improved the capsule in itself. So you don't have to literally say, this is a game where you build this town up. You just have to say you're crafting something in this game. Those kind of things are what brought this capsule to be so much better, by actually showing...
First one definitely comes off as an afterthought, yeah.
Less of the game. Part 3. How to use Steam capsules. For this section of the lecture, I'm going to walk you through Steam and show you the 3 main places where your capsule will appear, and this will help you when you're designing your capsule, how to kind of put it in the right context. So let's switch over to Steam. Now for this section of the demonstration, I'm going to show you 3 different ways your capsule are used and how you need to think about them. For this example, I'm going to use Darkest Dungeon. I think they had a great set of capsules, and it's really a way for you to emulate what they're doing here. Now, the most important capsule is what's called the header capsule. This is the one that's shown on your store page in the top right corner. And it's a kind of medium size. It's 460 pixels by 215. And as you can see, it shows...
I think I actually entered where all of the capsules are used as well. Yeah, header capsule. Top of store pages, recommended section, and big picture mode. Small capsule. Search results, top seller list, and various other lists. So we do have a little bit, because obviously since I'm not verified yet or whatever, validated, I don't actually have access to Steamworks, but we do have this list that I put together, so we at least have a general idea of what kind of assets we need.
The grittiness, the different characters that you'll be playing, the title text. That's a lot of information packed in there. Now, when you get to a smaller capsule, there's one called Small Capsule that's 231 pixels by 87. That's not a lot of room. And it shows up when you're using the search box. So when you type Darkest Dungeons, you'll notice that there's this really tiny capsule. And what they do is they decided to make the creative decision not to show the people. They just showed the text. Now this text, I'll be honest, is a little hard to read. But you'll notice that they don't feel like they just have to scale that capsule down to the smallest size. Instead, they switch over just to use the text. Think how your capsule is going to be used. When you start typing in your game's title, it should be easy to see that that's the title that they're looking for. Now there's one more size of capsule that's called the main capsule. This one's the big one. It's 616 pixels by 353 pixels. Now you've got a lot of room to work with.
I think this is old, because I think, if I'm not incorrect, yeah, Steam has doubled a lot of the image sizes on the platform. So this one is actually twice the size now. I suppose that might be because of like 4K monitors and stuff. Featured prominently on Steam's front page in the main carousel. And
it's not displayed anywhere on the store page unless your game gets featured. If you are on the front page of Steam, they use that main capsule. The other place this main capsule is used is on the email when your game is launched or goes on sale. The interesting thing about this that you have to keep in mind is you have more room. So you can actually add text like what they did, where it says updated, DLC available. That's a great way so that if your game...
Aren't there a lot of like rules and stuff about what type of text you're allowed to have on your Steam capsules? I'm pretty sure it is.
Is being featured or goes on...
Like there's certain like guidelines about like what type of text you're allowed to put on your art assets.
Sale or launches, you can put a little text there that kind of announces that. So just think in the context of this is going to show up in an email. What text can I put in here that kind of draws them in? Saying now launched might be a neat thing to put on this main capsule. And the good thing about it only being on the main capsule is you don't have to also include that text on the small capsule or the header capsule, because you know specifically main capsule is going to be used in the email. Part 4, how to make a capsule. The first rule of making a capsule is don't make your own capsule. You might be a great graphic designer, but there's something special about capsules. They have to be illustrated to kind of show that quality. Now,
how much do like people on Fiverr charge? Is there a specific one for like Steam capsule art? Yeah, I bet there is. Custom Steam capsule art design. 1,000 crowns, so that's like $100-ish. But usually there's like tiers and stuff as well, yeah. $175? That's like 15. One Steam capsule design plus basic color palette and typography. Yeah, we'll see. I think I'm gonna be bad and not listen to his advice and do my own ones to begin with.
Really skilled, or think you might.
Very AI. Oh yeah, maybe.
Might be, but it is just too high a risk to get your capsule wrong. I highly recommend that you hire a professional illustrator who has done capsule images in the past to do your capsule. You should be paying this artist. Don't just get somebody off of Fiverr. You should be paying.
Fuck me, dude. That's actually funny. Holy shit, the fucking timing, dude. He's watching you, no way. Dude, this is, yeah, this video is sentient or something, fucking hell. Wait, what did I miss? Basically it said that you should hire someone to make your capsule art. I go on Fiverr to look how much people generally charge, and literally right after continuing playing the video, the first thing it says, don't just hire someone off Fiverr.
Somewhere in the range of $500 to $1,000.
Fucking timing, dude.
Now I know that sounds like a lot of money. It is a lot of money. But if you're doing this for a professional reason and you're really trying to make money, a capsule image will improve your sales. It's one of the fundamental things to actually sell your game. So it is actually worth it because your capsule is going to be shown everywhere on your Steam page.
Yeah.
It's going to be what is actually going to drive traffic to your store page. So I don't know, throw bake sales, mow lawns, do extra chores around the house.
I mean, I understand, because obviously the capsule images seem to be like the #1 most important thing, because it is the first thing people look at. I do think that most people, if you're browsing Steam, you would look at the capsules, and then if one intrigues you, you look at the title, and if it seems good enough, you click in. You know, that kind of, I think that is kind of the user experience in general. Like, the capsule art is what like stands out. So I think maybe if it seems like we are getting some hype for the game or something, I might go ahead and actually order or hire someone to make like actual really good art for the Steam page and stuff. But I think at least for now, just to get a Steam page up there, I think I'm just gonna quickly throw together some stuff myself, and then we'll see. Because I also think that as of right now, you know, I do this kind of stuff basically full time, and is you know, it seems like it could probably end up being quite expensive to do this, and I'm not sure until I have more of a, not guarantee, but at least more of a feeling that the game could do very well, I'm not sure I can do that type of investment for it, if that makes sense.
Whatever it takes, it is worth it to spend money on your capsule image.
500 to 1K.
So here's how you actually hire an artist for a capsule. I recommend you look on your target games, try and find indie games that are small and, you know, maybe don't have a full-time artist, because typically capsule artists are work for hire. And what you should do is find those capsule images in your genre that you like and reach out on Twitter to the game developers who made that capsule and say, hey, I really like the capsule image on your game. Can you recommend the artist who did it? Now, not everybody's going to share that information. It could be privileged, or maybe that artist has an exclusivity to them. Whatever the case is, if they do share that information, you can contact that artist and ask them, saying, hey, this is my budget, about $500 to $1,000. I'm trying to look for a capsule. I really like the capsule that you did for this game, and I'd like to see if you would do a capsule for my game, which is ... List out your game. Now, they might not say that they will do it. They might be busy. They might not be their type of game, and they're not confident in working with you. If that's the case, reply back and say, hey, do you have any artists that you would recommend? And a lot of artists have fellow friends in the industry who also do their work, and they might give you a list of fellow artists that they trust and think are good. So then...
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think maybe if the game ends up seeming promising, if I feel like enough people show an interest to it, I might actually go ahead with the investment of getting like professionally made capsule art and stuff. But as of right now, today, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like this is a very big investment to do for my first game before knowing how much popularity the game will actually have. And obviously I know that this is a little bit, this could be considered a bit of backwards thinking, because obviously having professionally made capsule art and stuff, art assets for the Steam page, could increase the popularity of the game, or probably it will increase the popularity of the game. So yeah, it's a little bit like what you call it, putting the cart behind the horse or whatever. But yeah, I don't know, it's a big investment. I think this is a problem for when you're close to release. Yeah, I think it might, I mean, it would help before, like way before release as well. Just obviously people are still gonna see this capsule art, because yeah, exactly, wish lists are important, and the earlier I would have good capsule art, the more wish lists I would probably collect. That's why I mean, like, I understand that this is the logical thing to do, and that it would improve the popularity of the game, but I feel like I need a little bit more of a indication that people are gonna like the game before I end up putting like $1,000 investment into the game. Because I mean, I just paid Steam $100 to get to even get the Steam page up, and as of right now, it's doing this solely of your own savings. It's a little bit scary doing like too big of an investment. Podes fazer e alterar mais tarde, caralho. Yeah, that is true. É verdade. Yeah, I think at least for now, I'm gonna be irresponsible and not listen to him, and I'm gonna do half shitty capsule art myself. And then the more, with time, when we see kind of how interested people seem to be in the game, if we get maybe enough wish lists and stuff, we might look into starting to actually make a bit of an investment to improve all the capsule art and stuff.
Track down those artists and do the same thing. Email them, tell them your budget, tell them what you're trying to do, tell them it's a Steam capsule, and just go from there. Now, after you find a good artist who's willing to work with you, you need to write what's called an artist's brief. Now, an artist brief just describes what you need from them, and the goal here is to make it as clear as possible so that you don't, and you're going to get a better product in the end. Communicate with your artist and kind of give terms to what they need to hear so that they do what you want and what you're thinking in your head. So let's go through this. Now, when you do an artist brief, the first thing that I like to do is a mood board. I like to show all the games that I'm sort of emulating. For instance, in the previous lecture, I talked about finding your target games. I put all my target game capsules in one place. Mood board, it's good to kind of show these to the artist. Artist's brief is to scale it down to smaller images. Afterburner, but just make sure it's in there. So this is what I like to put in my brief document. You just have to do this, just throw it in a Google Sheet.
The reason I'm skipping it is because I'm probably not going to do this brief document now.
With them. And I'm going to include this in the lecture. You can find it down below. Just click on it, and this is an example artist brief. And it doesn't have to be fancy. You don't have to use files. That's Photoshop files. When you are talking with your artist, send them the files. If you go to this website here, Steam has a collection of PSD files, that's Photoshop files, that contain the right resolutions. And there's also this little banner that gets put on there to say like demo or DLC. You have to make absolutely clear that your text does not get overlapped by that banner that can hide and show. Make sure you tell your artist that. Steam will reject your capsule if your text bleeds into that demo banner that appears. It's that little 45-degree banner that goes over the corner. Watch out for that thing.
But that's only if you use that one, right? I suppose if you're not gonna use that banner, they wouldn't really care, I assume.
Warn your artist about it. As I mentioned before, you want to make sure that your artist draws like in a 4K, a very high resolution. If they're comfortable with a high resolution, make sure they do it at that size, just so they can work. But remind them constantly, I'm going to be scaling this image down to these small pixel sizes, and you give them the capsule image sizes. And when you get briefs back from them, you know, a lot of artists will give you a sketch of their capsule, and then they'll send that capsule brief to you so that you can just check to make sure they're going in the right direction. You know, it's like a rougher sketch. Kind of scale that sketch down to the smaller capsule size and send it back to them and say, you know, if you're noticing that stuff's disappearing, say, hey, I'm a little worried that this detail that you added is not going to be visible when we scale it down. You just want to constantly think how the image looks at those 3 different scales.
Yeah, that's always important. I've noticed that a lot when doing like emotes and stuff for Twitch. It's very easy to underestimate how difficult stuff will be like visible the more you scale it down. Because obviously emotes on Twitch are displayed in like a 28 by 28 resolution. Like, you kind of need to exaggerate, especially if you do like an actual photo of your face or something as an emote. You need to kind of exaggerate the expression quite a bit for it to look good as an emote. And I suppose in some regard it's similar here, maybe not to the same extent, because it wouldn't go down to that kind of low resolution, but it's still important to make sure that stuff is visible.
Remember to tell the artist that too. And it's not like you're nagging them. It's just you want to make sure that they're thinking about that when they're doing their art. I made a capsule, or I had an artist do a capsule for me one time that had very fine hair detail. And when they scaled it down to the smaller capsule size, the hair detail completely disappeared, and the character looked a little odd with that. So we had to kind of go back later and kind of touch some things up. But if they're thinking about that from the beginning, it really helps. I would also hire your artist to do the capsule text, like those Everspace or those space games where that had that nice white text. You know, if you get a great looking capsule illustration, but you as a non-artist decide to do the text, you can actually really hurt the visual aspect of your capsule. It's a really good capsule needs really good text. And if you don't know what you're doing, it's like painting a mustache on the Mona Lisa.
I feel like my logo is actually quite decent, this one. So I did most of like the font or whatever myself, and then I had Excelcast help me a little bit with, he assisted some with this like grayish shading and stuff on it. I actually think the logo does look quite nice.
It can really show your unprofessionality and ruin the whole capsule. So hire them to also do the art for the text, and also don't add gradients to the text. It just looks unprofessional. Now,
why does this keep happening? I mean, I suppose this is considered a gradient. Dude, how many times is this gonna happen? I say something and immediately afterwards he tells me like, this is not how you're supposed to do it. Holy shit, man. What is going on? It's like it's in my fucking brain, dude.
An artist can add gradients in the right way. They have a very subtle gradient that they always add, those artists. Don't try and add your own gradients. It just looks tacky. So that's all I can tell you about capsules. I'm going to wrap things up with a quick do's and don'ts section for capsules. It's just a fun way to make sure that you got all the right information. So I'll see you in the next.
Maybe we should go back to the earlier one. Just from the beginning, I didn't have any. I don't know if I might have one of those somewhere. Yeah, like from the beginning it was more like this. So this is no gradient whatsoever. So according to him, it seems like this is actually a better logo compared to this one. This guy hates you, yeah. Yeah, maybe. I do like this one. I think it looks cool, but I do suppose that like the contrast and stuff actually is better in this version. Like it's a little bit more clear. Maybe what we could do is have a little bit of a darker color right before like the blood outline kind of thing. just to separate those a little bit more.
Next lecture.
Okay, let's do the next video, capsules, do's and don'ts, and then I think we can start. We have enough information here to where we can start working on some aspects of the Steam page, and then we'll look into tags after that.
Capsules, do's, and don'ts. All right, rule number 1, don't make your own capsule. I know you took a couple classes on art. Trust me, you want a very good professional to do this. It's worth the money. You got to spend a little bit of money to make the money on Steam. Please do it. Hire a professional artist, not on Fiverr. Don't hire your brother-in-law because he thinks he can do a good job for cheap. Don't cheap out on your capsule. It is the single best purchase for your games marketing that you can make. I would cut so many other things before I cut capsule budget. Do look at other capsules. Again, capsules are in dialogue with each other. It's almost like a fashion statement. There are trends that come in and there are trends that go out. So look at the most recent capsules for games in your genre. Try and really go in, almost like you're playing Where's Waldo, to try and find those hidden tropes like the hammers in building games or the afterburners.
I mean, I'm definitely not doing what Five Nights at Freddy's did. Because I think the reason why they don't have a logo or any text in the capsule art is because the game already is so famous and big. But I do think the whole eye thing works very well, which is sort of something that I did here as well, because that gives off a very like horror vibe, I suppose. Which I do think the hands does as well. Like even just having the hands still gives a little bit of that, like, because you can kind of tell that these hands are like grasping towards you. I do like the hands, yeah. I do think that they give off a bit of a horror element as well. So maybe, because it's a little bit harder to fit it like this for a capsule like this one, since it's quite wide. In that case, maybe just, because I think that compared to having the eyes and then the text besides it, a little bit more similar to what they did, it might not look as good. I think maybe doing something like this with the hands and the text, like having the hands here and the logo in the middle, might actually look the best. Imagine how contradicted one might feel by listening to what he's saying while having the proper skills to do both. True, true. But I do suppose that's what he means, that in the end, I guess that most people don't actually have the skills to do this kind of thing. But for someone who is like, you know, actually proper artist, it might be like, can you give me a break, man?
In the space games that I talked about, genres will have those little secret things. A lot of artists aren't even conscious that they're adding them, but the good artists will kind of pick up on the genre trends that you'll see. So look at what's popular right now and kind of send those to your artist. Don't use screenshots for your capsule. I don't know why, even if you've got a really pretty game, I think that when you include screenshots of your art, it makes people subconsciously think that you're too cheap to hire an artist to do it, because so many great games have custom capsule art, beautiful illustrations.
Is he actually shitting on me?
So when your game doesn't have that illustration, it kind of sets subconsciously that your game is kind of cheapening out on this experience. So don't use a screenshot of your game, no matter how beautiful your game is. Don't use bad fonts. Don't use Comic Sans Serif. Don't pick your fonts. If you don't know why Comic Sans Serif is a bad font to use, hire your artist to do the text for your game. Game text is very important. It needs to look just as good as your capsule. So hire your
I'm actually quite satisfied with my font. It's very different, because this is the font I actually use in the game, which I think is a very good like horror font. This like typograph kinda, or typewriter kinda font with like slight imperfections. But I think this is pretty decent. I think it's good enough for now, at least. I doubt people think that. The screenshot parts, I wonder what his opinion is on the Balatro game then. The dev hired the guy from Fiverr to do the soundtrack. Throwing this shade on hiring platforms sounds kind of far-fetched to me. I do think that hiring someone on Fiverr doesn't need to be, like, because there are very professional people on Fiverr. I think the reason he might do that like generalization is because there also is a lot of people who maybe are not as professional on Fiverr. So that, and the chance of someone picking one of those might sometimes be greater, I don't know. Because for someone like me, who is trying to cheap out on this because I'm scared to do a too big investment, what do I do when I go to Fiverr? The first thing I do is to start looking for the people who seem the cheapest. But obviously, the cheaper you go, the greater the chance is that it's less professional. But I think, like, it's not as black and white and as saying that, like, everyone on Fiverr is not good, because I don't think that's the case. I mean, I have used Fiverr before, not for art specifically, but for other stuff, and my experience with Fiverr has actually been quite good in general, I would say. I doubt people think if they use a screenshot, it's because they are cheap. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily have to be the case, but I do... And maybe not, actually. To be fair though, I do think... I mean, this is kind of a screenshot. This is pretty much a screenshot from the game, isn't it? And then just with the logo. I mean, this seems to work. But I think it depends a little bit on the game. I think that's it. Is it 2011 game though? True, true. Darker and darker. Like, for this one, I could imagine that doing a screenshot might not work as well. I think this capsule art they have here probably works way better compared to a screenshot. Yeah, I don't think standards are higher. Yeah, that makes sense. Now, I don't think it's always like that people necessarily will think that you are cheap by using a screenshot. But I do think that it's fair to say on a general basis that an actual art asset is always going to be better than a screenshot of your game. Unless you would have like an incredibly, I don't know, photogenic game in some way, maybe. But no, probably still, like an actual art asset is probably going to be better, right? I mean, Firewatch is a game that's, I would say, is incredibly photogenic. And they opted for literally only having the logo. I mean, if you manage to get very high contrast, I feel like this logo on like a screenshot of this actually could work pretty well. I mean, especially like this. Imagine this and then like maybe a white Firewatch logo with maybe a slight outline or something. I think that could have looked pretty dope. This is basically a screenshot. That one works quite well. But I do think, still, I do think it's fair to generalize and say that it's probably better to have something a little bit more artistically made compared to a straight screenshot of the game. I think that's probably fair to say. Yeah, concept art of the game is always much more appealing. Yeah, I think that's a fair statement.
Your text for your game's title as well. Don't use gradients on your text. Gradients are a very dangerous thing if you're...
But I mean, he doesn't say never use gradients. Professionals know how to use gradients, don't do it yourself. So basically he's saying that don't use gradients unless you know what you're doing, is basically what he's saying. So it's not never use gradients, it's only use gradients if you actually know what you're doing. Which is, I suppose, that it's easy to make gradients look bad maybe, and it just means that if you're gonna have gradients, make sure that they are really like professionally done.
not a professional. They make them very subtle. I've seen a lot of beautiful capsules, and then you could tell that the game designer or game programmer went in and did the capsule text, and they put a big old bright gradient. It was like a rainbow color, and they're just like, yeah, don't do that. Have the professional do this. Don't do fine detail. Remember, we're going to be scaling these giant images from your capsule.
Yeah, I suppose that's fine detail. I suppose that might be one of the reasons why maybe this kind of like shading on the logo might actually be bad, because it's not really going to be visible if it's very like downscaled. Might even be that it ends up being less readable compared to having something like I showed before when I only had the like pure white text.
Down to a very small.
So maybe we should return to that one just for like the sake of readability.
Sizes, so very fine details will often just disappear when you scale your capsule down. So watch out for that. Just a warning. Don't do pixel art capsules. Again.
Dude, everything I'm planning to do is saying I should not do. Even Baba's You had an illustrated capsule. That's not true, is it? I mean, I literally just looked at the game. Oh no, he actually does. Yeah, this is not pixel art. It is actually illustrated. I mean, this is illustrated as well. It's only the logo that's like pixel art. Nautical Survival. Didn't do pixel art either. Space Scavenger. Is this? I don't remember if this is pixel. No, it's not pixel art. Long Gone is Long Gone has pixel art. And I mean, Hilford is definitely a professional artist. I think like it's probably fair to say that everything isn't like completely black and white, but it's probably, maybe in general, this kind of stuff is good rules to follow. Because obviously, let's do this. Store. Can we not just search for pixel art? Oh, but it just shows up a bunch of pixel art tools. Do we have like a... Can I filter by pixel art somehow? Tags? It's definitely pixel art tag, right? Let's see what other... Holy shit, can I control F this? Nothing that says pixel? Actually? Is there not a pixel art tag? There must be a way to filter this by pixel art games. Christian, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Your white logo will more easily pop when added to concept art or other media. Yeah, that is true. How you doing, Zapdak? Nice to have you. Yeah, that is true. I do think that just the contrast is better, right? That's the thing. Because even though this looks nice, especially the more you scale it down, it's going to have less and less contrast. I think that's a fair statement to make. That doesn't make sense. A lot of pixel art games have pixel art wallpaper. Retro? Oh yeah, retro might be a good one. Did we have a... Was that a category? Or a tag? Yeah, retro. Let's try this one. That one uses pixel art. That's not pixel art. No. UFO, this is pixel art. They do not have a pixel art capsule. I mean, Return of the Obra did. No, this is more. I mean, I suppose it's a relatively almost. No, this is more like what you call it when you have the outline shaded kind of thing. It's not pixel art though. Papers, Please. pixel art game, but not pixel art capsule. I'm not sure about that one. The logo is pixel art, but the rest of the capsule seems to be illustrated. Vampire Survivors, illustrated. Dungeon Crawler, illustrated. I mean, there definitely are games, Final Fantasy, but suppose when the games are this much of like AAA, it's not as, you know, the capsule for them is not as important as it would be for a game like mine from an unknown developer, you know.
is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. Oh, there's a pixel art. Okay. Or pixel graphics. Okay, let's check that one. Why did I not find that one? I did filter or try to search for pixel. Okay, let's see here. Can we find pixel? There we go, pixel graphics. And then, do we still have retro now? Dude, I don't understand how Steam works. I don't. No, yeah, because I am under the retro one. Okay, let's go back to the store. I suppose most probably have retro as well. And then we go tags. Then we search for pixel graphics. Browse all. Indeed, the theme of your game is dark, I mean black, so easy gain of contrast. Yeah, true. Yeah, AAA just don't care about optimizing Steam algorithm. Yeah, and it makes sense, right? Because they don't have to as much. Because they are gonna have some form of hype anyway. This is pixel art game. I mean, yeah, all are gonna be pixel art games now. But this is... I mean, the logo and the background is illustrated. And then the cards are still pixel art. This is illustrated. Dave the Diver. This is pixel art. I would say, I do think it's fair to say, even Terraria here, I do think it's fair to say that it seems that illustrations is more common, but you can still find pixel art capsules. But it seems like, yeah, this game I actually have illustrated. Stardew Valley does have pixel art. Binding of Isaac, illustrated. Here, Terraria is pixel art. This is pixel art. It seems to be a mix, but I would say by vast majority, it does seem like most people actually opt for illustrated capsules. Eldest Souls. Oh, this actually looks quite good. Dave the Diver seems... because this is quite well regarded, right? Overwhelmingly positive. And that's an indie game, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we'll see. For now, I think we're gonna do pixel arts, because that means I can reuse my assets. Maybe if we later on decide to do the investment and actually hire someone to do capsule art, maybe worth trying to get illustrations instead. I mean, the Undertale logo is technically pixel art. Yeah, it definitely isn't... it's not uncommon to see pixel art capsules, but it's definitely more common for people to have illustrations. I think that's fair to say.
I have nothing against pixel art. I make pixel art games. It's just pixel art can look cheap to the uninformed, to the masses on Steam. That's why you'll notice all the big pixel art games have well illustrated capsules. Neon Abyss had a beautiful capsule. Dead Cells had a beautifully illustrated capsule. Make sure that your capsule is illustrated, even if you have a pixel art game. Keep your expectations reasonable. I know I showed that story about that guy who swapped out his image and it skyrocketed. Most of your improvements are going to come if you go from a unprofessional screenshot capsule to a well-illustrated one. If you've already got a pretty good illustrated capsule, you're probably not going to see that huge of an improvement, but it is worth it to maybe try some things. Maybe throw a different background color on your capsule. Maybe it helps to kind of mirror it or try a different angle. Sometimes subtle changes can have a big improvement. So play with it, but hope for the best. The last one I'd say is if your budget is limited, do work with your artist. Tell them, hey, I've got a limited budget. I can only do this. Your artist might be able to make a very highly illustrated character and just not do a background or not do something like that. And then you can just...
Yeah, I mean, that could be a way to kind of cheap out a little bit when hiring someone. By rather than getting like all of the capsule images drawn by a professional artist, what you could do is hire someone to like make one illustration of the monster, one high quality logo, and maybe one background, and then just like myself, I can like play around with those assets to make to like basically puzzle together the different capsules. That should be one way of maybe not having to go as all out on like the cost of hiring someone. Because, yeah, I do remember when I did my thumbnail for Coderad's game, which is on my second channel, I believe, this one, I actually downloaded the assets from Coderad's website. So this is the background and then the character, and I just placed them how I wanted. And kind of a similar strategy to this is what I could use for my capsules. Basically just getting someone to make maybe a monster, maybe just a pair of eyes, maybe one dark background, maybe the logo, maybe a flashlight, just a few like assets, and then I can try and like puzzle them together. Probably not going to be as good as hiring someone to do the whole thing, but it definitely works. To get, if we are on a bit of a limited budget. Also good to remember that a high quality pixel art, if large enough, can trick the eye. Very true, very true. The more high resolution you have, the less it looks like pixel art. I can do pixel art to a vast extent. I shall use it in my game. Don't use pixel art, still thrown away, yeah. Especially if you're doing or want to do it alone. I don't have experience in this, but that doesn't make sense to me in any way. No, like I said, I do think that it probably can work to have a pixel art capsule, but it seems like most people, to be fair, on Steam seem to go for illustrations. Also, if anyone wants to check out my second channel on YouTube, you have a link there. Something to keep in mind, try using the same artist for everything. Yeah, that's true. As art styles change dramatically between artists. Yeah, because I feel like having consistency is like the most important thing. Almost always, no matter what it is. Like making sure, even when doing like your game art and stuff, having like a consistent color palette. There we are, holy shit. Having a consistent like color palette and keeping consistent art style, whether that be like having outlines, not having outlines, the type of shading you do and stuff. Like consistency in general seems to up the quality of an image or some artwork a lot. So yeah, I think that's true. Probably if we're gonna hire someone, we should make sure to have the same person do all of the assets for the capsules.
Buy like or find stock backgrounds, just like a nice texture, a nice color, and just throw that in the background. And then the artist that you hire can only focus, all their effort would be focused just on a character. So you just do a nice character. Here are some examples of games that do just that. They just have one really nicely illustrated character and a very simple background. So talk to your artist, tell them that your budget is limited, and if there's anything that they could work out, but don't find a cheap artist. Just tell a good artist illustrate
this. Like a logo like this should basically be made with just 3 assets, right? Say that we would copy something like this. we should just have an artist do one logo, one background, and maybe one like monster. And then with those assets, we could basically make a lot of different types of capsules. Maybe one with only the logo, maybe one with, I don't know, just a logo over the background. You can like mirror this. There's a lot you can do just with those few assets, but it would definitely be cheaper than compared to like hiring someone to do every single different capsule you need for Steam. Crusader Kings 3, I have not played it. Do you recommend it?
And a very simple background.
I don't even know what game it is,
to your artist, tell them that your budget is limited, and if there's anything that they could work out, but don't find a cheap artist. Just tell a good artist to.
I don't recommend it. So wait, is it Grand Strategy? Oh, interesting. Why, is it kind of like Civilization? Is that fair to say?
What your needs are. Finally, if you are looking for ideas, do join my mailing list, because every quarter I review store capsule images that are most popular, and I'll point out trends that I see, like the afterburners on the spaceship games or the hammer on the crafting games. I always like to look at capsules because I think it's a very important aspect of your marketing. So in our next topic, we're going to review tags, and as I said, capsules are number 1, tags are number 2 for the ways to improve your wishlist rate. I hope to see you there. Tags are super important, and I'm really excited to teach you about it. So come on over, let's talk about tags.
Sweet. Okay, I think we're going to stop here with the lesson. We've gone through quite a bit here. Understanding the game, we know how to make a bit of research and a lot of info about capsules. I think it's time for us to start actually doing a little bit of work now. So let's take a little bit of a break from the lessons and start figuring this stuff out. Is a niche genre? No, but similar player base. Okay. I suppose this is one important thing, checking the other ones. I still can't believe that Fiverr comment. So fucking funny, yeah. Civ is a 4X. Oh yeah, that's true. Turn-based strategy. Paradox games are real-time ground strategies. Was it Crusader Kings? I haven't played a lot of conventional like strategy games, to be honest. Yeah, from first glance, it seems similar to Civ, but like I said, I also don't have a lot of experience in these genres. Interesting. I have a friend who's just Paradox Brain and plays nothing but these types of games. Oh, damn. Yeah, I can't recommend strategy games to people outside of the genre. Yeah, I understand. I think the main one I played in terms of those types of like strategy games is probably Age of Empires, but my playtime is definitely not super high in that either. What would you say are the games most similar to Five Nights at Freddy's? No idea what this is. Tattletale. Slenderman? Is Slenderman on Steam? Wait, no. Oh, to be announced. Emily wants to play. Dark Deception. Hello neighbor. Solving environmental puzzles. You need to be a sophisticated gamer for Paradox games. Unfortunately, you fall short. Okay, man. I really wanted to like Stellaris, but I might just be too smooth-brained. Ooh, mixed reviews. But mostly positive if you go by all time. But these are not like super big games. Damn, that actually got me a little bit. Is this on Steam? No, I think that's like the actual original one, it means. Well, it probably helps if I spell it correctly. Holy shit, am I actually bad? Emily wants to play. I don't know how much you should focus on trying to end up on the same lists as games that are, relatively speaking, not that big. I mean, compared to something like the obvious one being Five Nights at Freddy's. You know what? Not that many reviews for the... But I don't know, when is this one released? 2015? Holy shit. That's actually... Dude, when did they release the first one? ...2014. Did they release 4 games in like 1 year? Damn, people be working hard. One gigabyte of RAM. 250 megabytes available space. Star Wars does look sick by a huge time sink and like 292 million DLCs, yeah. That kind of stuff is always a little bit, I don't know. I don't feel super hyped when I see that a game has like, you know, 50 DLCs. Slurs especially is not complex, but has lots of shallow mechanics. 9 years since the release, damn. Wouldn't be surprised, FNAF was huge, yeah, that is true, like, it's definitely a game that seems to have a good community or whatever. And that is why I do think that this is the main game I should try and focus on, trying to basically end up in this kind of list with like Five Nights at Freddy's. It's just the whole thing is the fact that when you will look at like similar games here, I feel like a lot of them are actually quite different. It's like Dead by Daylight is a pretty different game to Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh yeah, this is the one that he... Oh, it's a multiplayer version, I see. Can I get the full list somehow? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what other games we should focus on. I feel like maybe going for the stuff I wrote, because a lot of these doesn't seem that similar to my game. Not even that similar to Five Nights at Freddy's either, to be honest. The Room. I mean, this one is quite big as well, to be honest. Outer Wilds. Escape Simulator. This took a turn. Return of the Obra Dinn. Sometimes it's definitely not what I would expect to be on here. Obviously I don't know this game fully, but... Can we check a little bit of gameplay here? The Room. Game. About 2 hours long. Okay. I mean, it definitely seems to be point and click. Just in like a actual 3D space. Moonis with the raid. How you doing, man? Big old shout out to my Swedish brother from another mother. How you doing? Another awesome developer here, working on a Metroidvania as well as a geography game, right? Definitely check him out. Today we are currently, just yesterday I started the process of actually trying to get my game on Steam, so we're doing a whole lot of research here today. That is basically what we have been up to. So we went through a whole, or half a course on it, and started collecting a bunch of stuff we're gonna need for the Steam page. Because I'm not like fully validated or verified or whatever yet, but I thought we might as well start preparing as much as possible, because I do want to get this Steam page up as soon as possible. If anyone is interested in the game, it's like a point and click puzzle horror game. You have a link right there to the Game Jam version. How you doing, Moonies? Thank you so much for the raid, man. Probably look more into point-and-click horror games. Yeah, I think that's probably what we need to do. Rather than going straight for the games that Steam recognizes as similar to this game. Yours is a mix of Five Nights at Freddy's and Escape Simulator. Wait, do you mean that as a genre, or do you mean an actual game called Escape Simulator? I'm doing quite alright. 4 hours word stream is quite nice. Not bad. I'm glad to hear you're doing alright, man. Wait, Escape Simulator, is that a game? Oh. First-person puzzler, you can play solo or in an online co-op. Point and click. Mystery. First person, escape room. We probably should use that tag. Because we definitely have like an escape room element to the game. Wait, how many wishlists do we have? Okay, it's kind of similar. I think the Room actually had more. What about those Cube games? The Cube collection? Is that not what it was called? Cube Escape Collection, there we go. Oh, that's actually a bit less. Let's look at Rusty Lake's games here. Escape Simulator is pretty good. Oh, you played it? Not just elements, it's an escape room game. True, true. I mean, it is. Quite literally. Like, basically the short-term game loop or whatever is consistently escaping the room, right? But Raja do have a point here. Some very old escape simulators, Flash era, had this mix of point and click and horror aspects. Some were even made in 3D. Yeah. Yeah, I mean the Room is 3D and that basically seems to be a similar one. What is like the... What is the most popular game that these guys made? The Past Within, 12,000 reviews. Just this is more like a bundle, isn't it? White Door. Overwhelmingly positive. 2022. Co-op experience from Rusty Lake. Is this straight up co-op though? One in the past, one in the future. That's kind of interesting. Solve the puzzles and uncover Albert Vanderboom's plan. Let's see. Tags. Puzzle, escape room, horror, mystery, point and click, psychological horror. I mean, except for like the co-op aspect of it, this is quite similar. And it does seem like this one specifically is more popular compared to the bundle one. Because this is, I think this is, I mean, it's not really a bundle, it is sold as one game, but I think it's, yeah, the series will be updated, preserved and bundled to survive the end of the Flash game era. This is basically a bundle of Flash games in one, right? I miss the Flash era, yeah. It has a charm, that's for sure. I don't know if maybe this one is better to focus on. Oh yeah, Escape Simulator shows up here. For the fact that it's not co-op, the other one seems to be pretty much straight up co-op game. Yeah, I think maybe we'll do this one, The Room, and Five Nights at Freddy's. Having Five Nights at Freddy's be like the main focus one, I think. I think maybe this one second, just because in terms of like gameplay style, I suppose it's the most similar, like to the point and click. Yeah, maybe. Wait, do I not have the tags? Oh yeah, we do have the tags. Good. I'm just blind. Okay, let's go for it. Copy these tags, and then we're going to format this tag. Boom. Thank you very much. Okay, let's get the URL as well as the description. But this description is not super good because this more explains a bundle rather than a game in some regard. I'm not sure. Let's keep it for now. Man, it does have good reviews though. The Room. To make this a little bit easier to read. Type like a person? Oh, you mean because I use ChatGPT to format my text? Nah, who has time for that? Let's see, tags. Whoops. Let's see here. Screenshots. Copy. Why do you... Oh, right. I need to make a boom, boom, boom. No. There we go. That's actually a pretty good one, to be honest. Okay, like I said, keywords doesn't seem like it's a super important thing. I think that the keywords here are more like, I don't know, Shroud of Gloom, Shroud, Gloom. I think it's more like stuff like this. Let's see, do we have any consistency in the descriptions here? You must once again defend yourself against Freddy, blah blah blah, and even worse things that lurk in the shadows. Leaves a bit of mystery here. This classic point-and-click adventure anthology. Okay, very clearly describing the genre of the game. You follow these people, blah blah blah. Will be updated, okay. Mysterious invitation leads to an attic of an abandoned house. Okay, so this more sets the scene, I suppose. They're actually quite different. In the room is a cast iron safe laced with strange carvings, and on top the note from your distant companion. Promises something ancient and astonishing concealed in the iron chamber. You need only find a way in. Also leaves a bit of like mystery in it. That seems to be somewhat consistent. Have you heard of Clock Tower? It's a very interesting SNES point-and-click horror game as well. Although you do much more than just interacting with your mouse controller in that case. I don't think I have. Don't think so. Is it on... Oh, it is on... Oh, there's a rewind? I suppose that's a remake.
When I was 5 years old, my father went missing. And soon after that, my mother passed away.
We're so lucky to live in a mansion like this.
I'm not so sure about it. I think it's really creepy.
Still better than being in an orphanage. Right, Jennifer? Is anyone here?
Huh?
I'm fearful. Sharp laughter.
These actually do a lot of illustrations for the trailer as well. Maybe this is this actual cutscenes in the game? No, I mean it's a cinematic launch trailer, I don't think so.
Now available on PC.
Adventure, survival horror, female protagonist, exploration, side-scroller, pixel graphics, old school, retro, psychological horror. I think retro could work as well, just for the fact that point and click itself is a pretty like retro genre in general. Thriller, interesting. Horror, single player. What's up, Bjarne? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Did I send all of the tags here? I did. Okay. I've sent you 3 lists of tags so far in this conversation. Can you give me all the tags that appeared in each one of the lists? I'm the other fans, how is it going? It's going quite well. We are working or preparing a bit of stuff for the Steam page. I just started yesterday the process of trying to get the game on Steam. So I've paid Steam $100 now and just waiting to get like validated or whatever, so that we can finally get the game on Steam. So yeah, we've done a lot of research and trying to prepare as much as possible for when I get access to it. I'm trying to find some old school Flash horror games I used to play, but no success yet. Okay. Sweet, yeah, I'm quite excited. Okay, what did we say here? Horror point and click, psychological horror. I think that is a good one. Indie. Story rich. Can't say for certain, not yet at least, whether my game is gonna be story rich or not. Kinda need to figure out the story before I know that. Single player. Atmospheric, I think that one works, and dark. Yeah, I think there's quite a few of these we definitely should use. I would say horror puzzle are the most important one, then probably point and click. Maybe psychological horror. I don't think we're gonna do story rich now at least. Maybe atmospheric, dark, indie. Might as well do single player as well. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need 12 more tags. Should check out. No, I'm not a human. Looks great. Wait, is it a game? Wait, is it called No, I'm Not a Human? Oh, it is. Interesting title. Warning, stay inside, lock your doors, close the blinds, only let humans in, eliminate all visitors, and an anxiety horror about paranoia in the end of times. Single player story rich. I mean, it seems like a lot of these games are story rich, so I probably need to get on there and start actually figuring out the full life story for the game. Choices matter, horror, multiple ending, first person. Can we get a poll in here? Let's do a quick poll. For everyone who knows my game, let's see, poll, new poll. Would you classify my game as first person? Yes or no? No grey lines here, that's your only answers. Boom. Tell me what you think, guys. Would you classify my game, although it's a point and click where the perspective never changes, would you still classify it as a first person game? Because, I mean, even though it might not be like what you straight up consider a first-person... what you think about when you hear first-person game. Like, the perspective is arguably kind of first-person, with the flashlight and everything. Let me know what you guys think. Thriller, mystery, dark gore, psychological horror. Psychological as well. Retro, I think retro could be a good one. Psychedelic. Oh, kinda cool art style, to be honest.
We interrupt our morning show for an urgent message. Today at 6:28 a.m. there was a powerful solar energy eruption. The air temperature has reached a critical level. Authorities have declared a state of emergency. Eyewitnesses report contact with visitors around the city.
Damn, the art style is really sick. This actually seems creepy. No, I'm not a human. Coming soon. Interesting. Yeah. It's a Mandala catalog game. Yeah. I think the art style is actually really cool. Kinda unique. Okay, we got 3 votes and everyone is saying that my game would classify as a first-person game. There we go. I don't know if it's the most important tag to have. We'll see. Maybe we should try and do as many tags as possible now and then narrow it down afterwards. I feel like that's maybe a good way of doing it. Pixel graphics can be another one. Yeah, definitely. Pixel graphics. I think retro as well in a similar vein. Since point and click and pixel graphics is definitely a retro feel, right? Atmospheric, mystery, maybe. I think there are some here like story-rich, mystery. I feel like those depend a lot on like what type of story we end up going for. Beautiful. Escape room, I definitely think is one we should use. Casual. Potentially, we could use first person. Short. I wonder if short is a good tag to have. Hidden object. Indie. I did do indie, right? Yeah. Adventure. Maybe. Maybe adventure. Well, we should start with this one. Survival horror. According to ChatGPT's definition, it sounds like this could classify as a survival horror as well. First person robots. Dark. We did dark, right? Yeah. Difficult. Point and click psychological horror. Survival. Maybe. I don't think it doesn't seem like the most important one, but perhaps. Strategy, I don't think. Atmospheric, action, probably not. Family friendly, that sounds weird. Jump scare. That's probably a good tag to have. Simulation, animation and modeling, Illuminati. On the story-rich part, there must be a reason for why you're doing what you're doing and why you are there in the first place, according to ChatGPT. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that's one of those tags where I can't really say that right now, before we know more of like where this game is going. It kind of depends a lot on what we do with the whole story element. Just for like the game jam version, it's not really fair to call it story rich, because you don't get a lot of explanation. I suppose you don't need explanation for a game to be story rich, because it could be that you uncover the story as you go, you know? But it's one of those that we potentially could do. It seems to be a popular one for these kind of games, so I probably should work a little bit on trying to get like a good story or lore or whatever for this game. But it's definitely difficult, because writing itself is quite difficult. Surreal? Maybe. Also depends a little bit on how the game ends up. Mystery, horror, storage in the escape room, detective, adventure, atmospheric, dark, surreal, hand-drawn, 2D. Multiple endings. I mean, maybe multiple endings, if we add multiple endings. Otherwise, I think that, what was it? 2D could definitely be one, because the game is definitely going to stay 2D. And this one we looked through, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. What would be something that maybe doesn't fit these games as much, but could be a good tag for my game? Should we look at what tags I used here? What's up, Lord of the Dreams? How you doing? Is it annoying to upload a game to Steam? I can't say for certain yet, since I haven't gone through the whole process. I've literally just started. Like, I've paid the money to Steam and applied, but I'm waiting to get like validated. So far, it does seem to be quite the process, because you know I had to, you know, even just signing up at first is a lot of stuff, you know, everything with like, you know, tax documents and identification. It is definitely seems to be like it's going to be a process, but yeah, I can't say for certain yet. Compared to something like Itch, yeah, because Itch is, you know, you can upload with like one button. That's not really the case with Steam. But also, welcome in, man, how you doing? Glad to have ya. You definitely should have hidden story / lore. I do think that would be good. I think doing a lot of that kind of stuff, as well as like maybe Easter eggs, maybe stuff you can miss, maybe hidden rooms somewhere, stuff like that, could be really good. Just that kind of stuff is always fun in game, isn't it? 2D, creepy. Escape room, horror, pixel art, point and click, short, spooky, thriller. I mean, I did see some, I think it was the last game we looked at, they did have thrillers, so that could definitely be one we use. Creepy. Is creepy a tag on here? Let's see, let's go to store. Let's go by tags. Let's Control F, creepy. Creepy. But this doesn't fully work. Now I can't find... Oh no, it is that pixel graphics. Okay. Creepy. That does not seem to be a tag. Should we read a little bit here? Puzzle we have. Why is Five Nights at Freddy's marked as a family-friendly game? That one I find quite... Is that a joke? I mean, survival... What defines a survival game? Focus on the player's ability to endure and thrive in challenging and often hostile environments. Core features that define survival games include resource management, not really. Environmental challenges, like weather, yeah, not really. Crafting and building, very little. Open-ended gameplay. Persistent threat of failure, exploration. Yeah, I don't think that would be my game. Was deciding if I should use Steam API, but if it's hard to upload a game, maybe I shouldn't. I don't think, and I'm not sure necessarily if it's hard to upload a game. I think maybe it's just that it's a bit time consuming. Creepy would be in horror, yeah, I suppose. It's a requirement almost, yeah. Yeah, multiple endings, also one of those maybe. Wait. We should probably, rather than doing this, we should continue going by similar games like... let's check like Amnesia again. Gore, not really. Dark Lovecraftian. Adventure, did I? Yeah, we do have adventure on maybe. Stealth, exploration, action. What about Outlast? Horror, first person, survival horror, ba-ba-bam, ba-ba-bam. Parkour, interesting. That was not what I expected. Difficult, 3D vision. Yeah, not really. Wait, Resident Evil 4 was quite action-like, wasn't it? Violence. Zombies. Yeah. Can we find... Which one is this? 7. Was it... I think Code Red said Resident Evil 2 would be more in a similar vein. Also known as annoying. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. Because it doesn't use it, yeah. What do we have here? Zombies, survival horror, horror single player, remake, action, puzzle, atmospheric we added, right? Almost certain, yes we did. I mean, they have survived, but I suppose this game probably has more survival elements. Classic. Oh no, they mean like classic games rather than like retro themed games. Shooter, adventure, difficult. Silent Hill. Yeah, doesn't really fit my game. I'm surprised Dredge doesn't seem like this type of game. Oh wait, let's look at that one. The one Raka said. What was it? Escape Simulator? Because this is a pretty popular game. Ending up in these kind of lists probably wouldn't be bad. Is there a subgenre you want to lean into more with the game? Yeah, I'm probably gonna keep most of the focus on horror, I think. I think that's gonna be the better choice. Because I feel like the main genres we get to choose between is basically whether we wanna market the game more as a puzzle game or more as a horror game. And I do feel like marketing it more as a horror game is probably the better choice. To be honest, I never really cared much for tabs on Steam. If it's a game I could enjoy, I'd get it. Yeah, I think the tabs are less... I mean, they can help for the players to search it up, But a lot of what I think the tags are important for as a developer is the fact that you end up on these kind of like more like this lists. So I want to make sure that, you know, we have like that type of... we need to have relatively similar tags to games that would have like the same audience as we have, if that makes sense. I'm thinking like a subgenre in horror. I think maybe for the full version we might actually go a little bit more towards like psychological horror. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I do think it classifies as a survival horror as well, but I think psychological horror is probably a more fun genre to try and go for. Wait, what happened here? Wait, did I look at this one? Am I going mad? Puzzle co-op multiplayer. Escape room we did add, right? But is my taskbar being bugged? Escape room we have indeed. Controller I don't think I'm gonna support. Mystery we added in maybe. Another one that's family friendly. Simulation, indie, VR, story-rich, point-and-click, investigation. Exploration. How would you define games that have the exploration tag on Steam? Games with the exploration tag on Steam are defined by their emphasis on discovery, where players are encouraged to traverse and uncover secrets, details, or stories of the game's environment. Exploration prioritizes curiosity, immersion, and the joy of venturing into the unknown. Atmosphere and immersion, player agency. I mean, it's not really an expansive world. But I mean, you do uncover new rooms, items, perhaps lore and stuff. What do you think, guys? Exploration? Are Steam co-op games peer-to-peer? I think it's depending on the game. It's basically how the... Because I think you can make it peer-to-peer, and you can probably make it more like server-based or whatever the opposite would be. I think that depends on the game, to be honest. I do think they allowed peer-to-peer connections. Maybe... maybe exploration? I'm not curious. Oh, the forest is peer-to-peer, I see. Okay, so we have 16. I mean, we don't need to fill out the entire list, because depending on what we do with the game, it's very possible that we might add some of these. The more we go into psychological horror, the more it makes sense to add the surreal tag. If we end up getting a lot of story and stuff, we have like story-rich, mystery, that kind of stuff. Adventure we probably could add. Okay, let's look at like 1 or 2 more games maybe. Phasmophobia. Supernatural. Maybe. Investigation. I mean, that could be a maybe as well. Also depends a little bit, I suppose, on how we frame the story of the game. Since the story is not entirely decided, very possible that it could be more of an investigation game. Maybe you're a copper, who knows. We'll see what we do. If you unlock new rooms, like you said before, you can add mystery. Yeah, I think mystery probably is one we can add for certain, because that doesn't necessarily, like, having mystery doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be story rich, right? As long as there's a little bit of a mystery feeling to it, I suppose mystery is fair. Oh, mixed reviews recently. What have they done, Bjarne? You play this game, right? Are people not happy? Stealth is also maybe. I mean, if you look at like the Game Jam version, there's definitely like a stealth element to it. Okay, one more. Did I look at... Yeah, I think I looked at Silent Hill. Heist horror, survival horror. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then we can definitely add 4 from this at some point. I feel like this is a pretty good starting point for our tags. We need to make sure that we order them in... I know these 3 I'm definitely gonna keep. I feel like horror, puzzle and point and click is probably the most important. I would say probably psychological horror after that. Indie is probably not the most important tag. I feel like the average player doesn't really care whether a game is an indie game or not. Like on a general basis. Yeah, so long it's like a hidden thing you can get to unlock or something like that. Yeah, I feel in that case mystery kinda does make sense. Escape room could probably be higher up. Jump scare as well. I suppose it's quite easy to reorder these on Steam though. Okay, short description. That is something that, as far as I'm aware, is very important as well. What do we have here? So this is this... I mean, I basically have 2 descriptions here. This is like the more genre-focused one. Shrouded Loom is a point-and-click puzzle horror game where you must balance trying to escape with staying undetected by the lurking threat. And then we have more the story description, which is you find yourself locked in a room equipped with nothing but a flickering flashlight, desperately searching for a way out, but something sinister lurks nearby and you realize that the only way to stay hidden is to turn off the light. You're only safe in the dark, but you can't stay here forever. So I think we can kind of mash these together maybe, because all of this might not be as accurate for the full version. Well, good luck with it, just passing by. No worries, thank you very much for dropping by, Lord of the Dreams. I do appreciate it, and hope to catch you another time. Okay, I think it's actually more important to describe the game in a more general sense first. If we look at a lot of games that is like first-person puzzler, like it's the genres is almost the first thing they throw out. I think that if we check a Prodrad's game, Roguelite, it's a similar thing. Roguelite is a Souls-like roguelite. Like, they go pretty straight into, like... Well, not this one, Defy the Gods. So this one starts more with, like, the story of what you do, and then here comes the genre. Binding of Isaac. One of the best games ever made. Randomly generated action RPG, also genre pretty much immediately. and then we get a bit of story. I think that seems to me to be the best way to go about it. So I think for Steam I would probably reorder this and maybe something... Should we have the title? I mean, a lot of them do. The Binding of Isaac, Roguelite did it as well. Maybe. So maybe we do... Shroud of Gloom is a... point and click. Maybe rather than puzzle slash horror, maybe say horror game. Maybe where you must solve puzzles to this seems too generic. But I don't know, like, where you must balance trying to escape with staying undetected by the lurking threats. I'm not sure that is gonna be as accurate for the full version. Like, it's gonna have that element, but I don't know if I would describe maybe the full entire game like that. And this could change depending on what we do with the story, but... maybe we could do something like this. Shadow Gloom is a point-and-click horror game where you must solve puzzles to escape. And then we do a little bit of description of the actual story/game. Maybe you find yourself locked in a room. I do kinda like this part. Equipped with nothing but a flickering flashlight. Desperately searching for a way out. We already kinda say that when we say you must solve puzzles to escape. Something sinister lurks nearby. I do kinda like that, because that is a little bit mysterious, which is something we saw a lot of these games do with the descriptions, add a little bit of a mystery. But rather than, and you realize the only way is to stay hidden is to turn off the light. You're only safe in the dark, but you can't stay here forever. What if we do something like, you find yourself locked in a room, equipped with nothing but a flickering flashlight. Maybe... wait. You find yourself locked in a room, equipped with nothing but a flickering flashlight. Just, there's no reason to have desperately searching for a way out if we say you must solve puzzles to escape. Shadow Gloom is a point-and-click horror game where you must solve puzzles to escape a haunted building. Maybe. That depends on what we do with the story. You find yourself locked in a room, equipped with nothing but a flickering flashlight. Maybe we can do it, like... maybe something like... you must find a way out... but something sinister lurks nearby. And then maybe do the thing where you add a question at the end, kinda like Roguelite did. I do kinda like that. Are you up for the challenge? I think I did that for the tagline here. If we go to my page, can you find your way out without getting caught? Maybe we'll go even more dramatic and do something like, can you make it out alive? Dun dun dun. Let's see how this would look. Wait, I can't dodge anything here, can I? I don't think so, but give me a second. Let's see how this would look on Steam. Shroud of Gloom is a point-and-click horror game where you must solve puzzles to escape. You find yourself locked in a room. You could shorten this by just saying like you're locked in a room. Maybe not. Equipped with nothing but a flickering flashlight. You must find a way out, but something sinister lurks nearby. Can you make it out alive? Ooh, I don't like the fact that alive goes down to the next line. Equipped only with a flickering flashlight. You find yourself locked in a room, equipped only with a flickering... equipped with nothing but a... I do like this more. You must find a way out, but something sinister lurks nearby. Can you make it out alive? Would this fit for a Steam short description? What's the character limit? Because I assume they have some limit on it. Steam allows up to 200 characters, and I have 206, so it doesn't fit, in other words. Shroud of Gloom is a point-and-click horror game. Solve puzzles to escape, while a sinister presence lurks nearby. On with only a flickering flashlight, can you make it out alive? That does sound pretty good too. But wait, do we have the puzzle element here? Yeah, solve puzzles. Yeah, maybe we don't need to do it like this. You find yourself locked in a room. Yeah, because it could be like you must solve puzzles to find a way out. Right? Don't think flickering is needed. I do like that description though. Equipped with nothing but a flashlight. Yeah, I mean that could work too, to be honest. Flickering sets a bit of a horror theme to it, because it's so typical to have like a flickering flashlight. I do agree that it's probably not needed per se. But Shroud of Gloom is a point-and-click horror game. You must solve puzzles to escape. Maybe we can change this. Shroud of Gloom is a point-and-click horror game. You find yourself locked in a room, equipped with nothing but a flickering flashlight. Because we could do like, you must solve puzzles to find a way out. Or to, you must solve puzzles to escape. But something sinister lurks nearby. Can you make it out alive? Mm-mm-mm. 234 characters. This is way too long. Dude, ChatGPT must have gotten this wrong. 206 including spaces and punctuation. That can't be right. If this is 234. Yeah, this is 264. It's official, ChatGPT does not know how to count. Shroud of Gloom is a point-and-click horror game. You find yourself locked in a room, equipped with nothing but a flickering flashlight. You must solve puzzles to escape, but something sinister lurks nearby. Can you make it out alive? Maybe we don't need you find yourself locked in a room. We could do something like, because I think having the puzzle thing closer to the top would be good, since puzzle is one of the bigger genres for this game. So maybe we do something like, Shroud of Gloom is a point-and-click horror game. You must solve puzzles to escape, but something sinister lurks nearby. And then maybe do the whole like, armed with nothing but a flickering flashlight, can you make it out alive? $195, that would fit. Let's see how it looks on here. Ooh. Shroud of Gloom is a point-and-click horror game. Perfect one line. You must solve puzzles to escape, but something sinister lurks nearby. Leaves a bit of mystery. So we explain the genre with these two. Explain the genre and the gameplay elements. We add a bit of mystery and horror feeling with something sinister lurks nearby. Armed with nothing but a flickering flashlight gives you a little bit of a feeling of helplessness, like you can't actually fight. And then the question is, can you make it out alive? I kinda like this. I do kind of like this. Do people tend to capitalize genre names? No. Roguelite doesn't. Hades doesn't. Binding of Isaac does capitalize roguelite, but not the other ones. That's interesting. It seems generally that the answer is no. Should I say point and click with dashes or point and click? Why? You should use point and click with hyphens because it's acting as a compound adjective describing the type of game. With hyphens is the standard way to refer to this genre in gaming terminology, as seen in reviews, articles and game descriptions. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's good. I think it works quite well. Yeah, I actually think I like this one. I think I'm pretty satisfied. Let's remove this part. Okay, so we also have the long description, which would be this stuff. Key features. We could do something like this, like solve puzzles, remain undetected, maybe explore, to be honest. Uncover the secrets, you know, something like that, and do little short descriptions. Because here you can go a lot more in depth. Uber's secrets including. That's funny. I mean, I should probably look at other spooky games, right? Oh, I don't like the formation here. I would have done new lines, these, like new paragraphs. Separated them a bit. Outlast. Oh wait, we should... About the game, synopsis, features, warning. Okay, let's have a look at Five Nights at Freddy's. That is a very short one. You know what, let's look at the first one. That one will probably explain the game more, because I suppose they don't need to explain the game as much for the 4th version. Okay, so this is story elements. This is a review. This game was created using Click Team Fusion. Interesting. Okay, so maybe we'll do something like a little bit of story and then like the features of the game. Seems to be a pretty common way of doing it. They also asked a question at the end. I do think that is good, in general, to end it with a question. My name Terra. Okay, so this more explains the game. Then here we have the story. Solo or co-op. Yeah, I suppose this is like the feature section in some regard. Is that Outlaws 2? 2017, holy shit, I'm so after. MJ Day start with mainly story elements in this description. Okay, explains the game. A bit of the story and objective. What's like a good indie horror game? I mean, this one. Is this not indie? Category is horror. Path of Exile? Interesting. Total War, what? Is this considered a horror game? So confused. This looks like a horror game. Story. Explaining game mechanics. Oh, point and click adventure game? Wait, what? Overwhelmingly positive. Oh, this is point and click as well. Visual novel. Text-based. Interesting. This seems to be a pretty good way of going about it though. So maybe here we can go more in depth. I don't want to repeat myself too much though. That feels unnecessary. Because if people go down to read the about this game section, with like 90% certainty, they've already skimmed through the short description, right? That would be like the user fucking flow kind of thing, right? But we should do like the whole... You find yourself... This could change, obviously, depending on what we do with the story. But to have something for now. You find yourself locked in a room. Desperately searching for a way out. Maybe... we want to make sure to not now in the beginning say something like, we don't want to seem like we make any promises we can't keep, so no mentions to stuff that we're not sure about, and that is stuff like multiple endings, for example, because as of right now we have no idea if we are actually going to implement multiple endings, so definitely no mention to something like that. I'd rather mention too little to begin with and add stuff later, rather than say too much now and have to like walk back on it. I do think we could do that kind of stuff where we like highlight a few of the mechanics, like solve puzzles, maybe like remain undetected. This is basically those like key gameplay things, right? Tensions and jump scares. That's all I wrote. Should I add uncover secrets? I mean, I feel like it's almost, like Bjarne said, it's almost a must that we add some sort of like secrets to the game, right? We should do something where it's like, you know, the longer you go on, the more weird shit you notice. Paraphrasing, of course, that's not what we're actually gonna say, but something along those lines. Maybe without the word shit. Solve puzzles, that could be like a header, and then we do something like each area you ah, shit, this is hard. Writing is hard. It's easy to underestimate, to be honest. You find yourself locked in a room, desperately searching for a way out. I don't want to copy stuff that we have in the short description. The longer you go on, does that sound weird? Maybe something like, the more time passes, you start noticing... that sounds weird, the more time passes. As time passes, maybe? Because I want to give like an indication that like the longer the game goes on for, the more of like a horror element is gonna like unfold or whatever. You find yourself locked in a room, desperately searching for a way out. As time passes... Oh, this kind of makes it sound like you stay in one room, doesn't it? You find yourself locked in a room, desperately searching for a way out. Yeah, it sounds like the game only takes place in one room. Maybe we should say you find yourself... Maybe... like an unknown building or something, or like a... not an unknown building. Unknown synonym. Mysterious. Mysterious, maybe? That should be a good keyword. Unfamiliar. That sounds good. I think that was the word I was looking for. Maybe you find yourself in an unfamiliar... Maybe just place. You find yourself locked in an unfamiliar place, desperately searching for a way out. I do think I actually like this more, because having you find yourself locked in a room, desperately searching for a way out, at least for me, I realize now how that kinda can make it seem like the game only takes place in a specific room, which is not going to be the case. So you find yourself locked in another familiar place. Stuck. What's the word I'm looking for? I think we should use a better term here. You find yourself locked in an unfamiliar... You find yourself stuck in an unfamiliar place. I mean, technically we don't even need an adjective here. You could just go, you find yourself in an unfamiliar place. Maybe you wake up. Because that's kind of how at least the game jam version works. Because if I have to change some element here to make it appropriate for like a new story we come up with, I don't think is that bad. I think it's way worse if I explain some kind of mechanic I think we're gonna have in the game and then later on remove it. That is something I don't want to do. Making slight changes to the story, I feel like it's okay as of right now. I don't know what you guys think. Yeah, maybe you wake up in an unfamiliar place. You wake up in an unfamiliar place, desperately searching for a way out. Maybe, rather than as time passes, we could do something like, the more you explore, this place... do I want to say place twice? No. Maybe the more you explore this area, you start noticing... You start to notice that Maybe something weird is going on. I don't know. Maybe you realize that you are not alone. We could do something like you realize that you are not alone, but whatever else is here does not seem to be friendly, or whatever. Oh, you start to notice that something weird is going on. I don't like this. Eerie. Unnatural. Something outlandish is going on. Strange. Yeah, I think strange is a better word than weird. The more you explore this area, you start to notice that maybe start to notice that the maybe just start to notice that there's something strange about this place, maybe? You realize that you not, To be fair, this doesn't... It's called a long description, and obviously some games have very long descriptions here. But like, if you look at Five Nights at Freddy's... Isn't even... Especially if we do this one. Number 4, which has quite good reception. This is not a lot in terms of a description. But obviously these guys also have like they already have a bit of a core audience or core community. So I think that is something we need to take into account as well. Unknown. Ooh, I do like that word. You only have a flashlight to protect yourself. Oh, interesting. Compared to the Game Jam version, this is the opposite of my game. It will scare away things that may be creeping at the far end of hallways. Whereas in the Game Jam version of the game, the flashlight, you know, does the opposite of scaring them away. It attracts them. Oh, but if something has crept too close, then shining lights in its eyes will be your end. Oh, interesting. I probably should play Five Nights at Freddy's, right? You wake up in an unfamiliar place. In an unknown place. Desperately searching for a way out. The more you explore this area, you start to notice that there's something strange about this place. Maybe we could reuse a line from the other one. Something sinister lurks nearby. Maybe, and you can feel its presence. Shit, this is actually hard. Maybe you must remain undetected. No. Maybe rather than... we should just have the more you explore. The more you explore, you start to notice that there's something strange about this place. Yeah, we don't need this area, really. You wake up in an unfamiliar place, desperately searching for a way out. The more you explore, you start to notice that there's something strange about this place. Something strange going on. Maybe something sinister lurks nearby. You get the feeling that you don't want to cross paths with it. Nah. Maybe we just do something sinister lurks nearby, and you need to make your escape before it finds you. Yeah, maybe. Very short description of the current kind of unknown story that's going on, and then maybe explain a little bit about the game mechanics, which would be something like we can't do like each room has a puzzle, because we might actually end up doing, I think we might do puzzles that can span multiple rooms, like we talked about the other day. So I think maybe we do something like, what is up, Mtrix Craft? How you doing? Welcome in, man. How are you doing this Wednesday? Hope you're having a good day. Maybe to progress, you need to solve puzzles. Maybe you have to solve puzzles, but you need to remain undetected while doing so. Does that sound weird? Doing amazing, glad to hear, man. What about you? I'm doing good. Preparing a bit of stuff here for the Steam page for my game. And yeah, I'm pretty excited. But it seems like there's quite a bit of work to get a Steam page up, but yeah, I'm excited. We've done a bunch of research, and I feel like we at least have a bit more of a direction here. But yeah, there's gonna be so many art assets, like just this list, quite a lot. I do think we're gonna make something kind of simple to start with. Just because, in the end, I think I just want to get this Steam page up as soon as possible, so I have somewhere to like direct traffic, basically, to start collecting wish lists. You wake up in an unfamiliar place, desperately searching for a way out. The more you explore, you start to notice that there's something strange going on. Something strange going on here, maybe? Something strange going on here. Something sinister lurks nearby. Maybe, and you need to make your escape escape without being caught? Maybe. Solve puzzles, explore, and uncover secrets. Maybe. Sounds kinda good. Are we gonna have secrets though? We probably should have secrets. I feel like that's a fair thing to say. Solve puzzles, explore, and uncover secrets. While remaining undetected. The writing is so difficult, man. It really is a skill. And I am having skill issues. I think the reason why this also is so hard right now is because obviously we're still in an early stage of the game and we're not like entirely 100% sure of the direction. Obviously that is gonna make it more difficult to write stuff about the game. So we kinda need to keep it a little bit vague right now, because I still have some things I need to figure out. The more you explore, you start to notice that there's something strange going on here. Maybe we should add collect items, solve puzzles, maybe explore, collect items, solve puzzles, and uncover secrets. That sounds kinda good. I mean, this is probably not enough to have like a actual description, because this is gonna look very empty. But I don't know, what about like games that are not released yet? Like, how much do they tend to... Do we have something on here that's like very early in production? I don't know. Five Nights at Freddy's. Because this is what it would look like. It's not too bad. I mean, obviously it's very, very short, but we also are very early in development, so I feel like that's maybe a little bit more fine. Can we look at like new releases queue? No, like upcoming games. Upcoming. 8th of January. Is this when it's releasing? Is this the release date? Yeah. That's very soon. I would like something that... Popular upcoming releases. Sort by... I mean, release date is gonna give me, yeah, the ones that are coming the soonest. I kinda want the opposite. Yeah, like... This seems like a horror game. Yeah, horror. In the good dog chasing shadows, you play as a dog defending your family from paranormal creatures. Ooh, that's kinda interesting. Explore the world and solve environmental puzzles to save your loved ones and uncover the mystery. Dog. Kinda funny tag. What do you think about the separation of work and personal GitHub account? Don't know. To be fair, I have been using GitHub for like a month, maybe? I mean, we can probably check. I was very late to get version control. Okay, 2 months. My first commit was 2 months ago. So I've only ever had one project on GitHub. So, I mean, I can't really say, to be honest. And since I'm indie, I suppose in some regard, you know, my personal work is my work. It's kind of already somewhat of a blurred line, I suppose. Oh shit, they actually have quite a long description. Damn, people are so professional. But also, we don't know how long these pages have been up. Like, how did the page look when they first published it? Am I just trying to find excuses to put in less work? Maybe? And this is very short. Is there a way to find how many wish lists something you have? Bendy the Cage. Can I find how many wishlists a game on Steam has? No, Steam does not publicly disclose the number of wishlists a game has. Wishlist count is private information available only to the game's developer. SteamDB provides detailed stats about the game's play count rankings, but not wishlist numbers. Yeah, but this is kinda hard, because you're gonna lack a lot of data if the game is not released yet, right? But But yeah, I think this is fine for now. We have tags. I do like the short description. The long description we are probably gonna rework quite a bit as time goes on. Dude, there's so much art to do, holy shit, man. Are you a developer then as well, I suppose? Matrix Craft? Do you make games too? Because the headed capsule is basically the most important one, right? So this is my old one, which seems like it might actually be better to use in terms of like contrast and stuff. Maybe we do like this one, but I think we're gonna remove the line in the middle. Put this a little bit closer, maybe something like, yeah, 1 pixel I think is fine. And then I think we're gonna add a outline. Do we need an outline? We're probably gonna have a dark background anyway. I wonder how we would look if we only do like a little bit of shading down here. Not a full-on gradient, but just have some darker shading before the blood. Yeah, maybe not actually. Oh, a web developer, I see. So, since you asked about work in personal GitHub, I suppose you are a web developer in the professional sense, yeah? Wait, do I not have some... Can we not open... Here. Yeah, we do have the icon. Cover art icon. Oh no, the icon I think is this one, the one that shows up in the taskbar. Open this one. I mean, I think this works kind of well, though. You are? Okay. Cool, man. Yeah, I've only been developing for a relatively short while. I mean, technically this game, the Game Jam version that we finished, is technically my first piece of actually published game. But I do enjoy it. It's fun. Like for work, I have a different account, but for freelancing type work, I have my personal account, but I have other things. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, I mean, I'm just proud that I'm using GitHub whatsoever, because I did not do it for a very long time. Where do I have the project for this one? Oh, wait, did I put that? Yeah, it's probably here, isn't it? Oh, itch panels. Where did I hide that one? Oh no, here. Cover art 3 sounds like the one. There we go. We remove the hue. But this is not with the border. Wait, did I add the border in GIMP? Maybe I don't. No, wait, cover art 4? Cover art H. Damn, there's so many. That is the latest one. Is it this one? No. Oh wait, that's not an A-sprite file. H banner. Cover art 3, that's the one I opened, right? Yeah. H art, H panels. Have I actually lost my... I think I've lost my first one. Okay, this one is fine though. We have most of the elements we need here. I don't know if we're gonna do the eye thing. We need to figure out the... Is this native size? It is native size. Okay. So how big is this? It's about 175 pixels wide and about 100 pixels tall. How 920 wide, 430 high. So what? We need to figure out a good way to scale this up. That's the thing. Man, JIT is amazing. It is. To be fair, I feel so much like a responsible adult after I finally set up H. Just before then, it doesn't feel good not having any version control whatsoever. Definitely worth it. Also, who was the host for the Game Jam? The host of the Game Jam was Satya Veli, the host of the gamedev Field Guide podcast, if you know about that one. I wonder if I still... Do I still have the command? I do. So yeah, it was developed, or it was hosted by Satya Veli from that podcast. He does like monthly game jams. And I think one of the main reasons why I decided to go for this one is that as a first game jam, it's quite nice because you're allowed to use assets and stuff. And even the theme is is optional. However, I did incorporate the theme because I think like making a game with a theme is kind of, in my opinion, kind of part of the game jam, you know, feeling, you know. But the fact that it's 1 month long and you're allowed to use pre-existing work made it seem like a very approachable game jam to me. Do you know Thor? Yes, I do. I know that his game jam starts really soon, right? Yeah, 8 days left. I have been thinking about joining this one. I'm still not entirely sure whether I'm gonna do it or not. I mean, it's always good with game jams. Like, I feel like you can learn a lot with them, but I also do want to put a lot of focus into this game. Because I don't want to sit here in like 2 years still not having finished this game. 920 by 430. What resolutions can you scale up perfectly? It doesn't need to be perfect though. Actually, it doesn't need be perfect, really. What resolutions can you scale up to? Boom. Scale down? That's not what I wanted. Did I not say scale up? Oh no, here, scaled up. Never mind. 230 by 115. That actually sounds pretty good. 230, 115. Let's use that as a base and see how would that look. I mean, we could even do this if we're gonna be a little bit lazy here. What did I say? 230, 115. Ooh. Oh, it's actually taller than I thought it would be. Uh, 115. What? That doesn't scale up perfectly. Because that would be 460, wouldn't it? This is the annoying thing with pixel art. I made sure everything stays well enough. But what we could do is do this. And then... No, that doesn't work. Wait, how do I make this the easiest way? What was the target resolution we want? Oh, dude, am I gonna have to do this for everyone? No. No, I think whether or not everything is pixel perfect, I think I should... Maybe it would be easier to export this one in like a high resolution. And then we scale it in something like GIMP or so instead. I think that might actually be a better way of going about it. I suppose we really only need the actual elements we want, and I'm not sure I'm gonna use... I'm not sure I'm gonna use the eyes. Maybe we should. I mean, they are a bit eye-catching. But we could also do the thing where we just... straight up just cut this off. Because I feel like something like this could work quite well too. Oh, but we need to fix the logo though. Let's do this. Let's remove the logo. You know what, we can actually keep you here. Then we do new logo. I mean, I do like this one, but it is true that with the gradient, I do think it actually makes it less readable. Like, the contrast is obviously a lot better here. Maybe we don't need to go full on white, though. I mean, it pops better. Thing is that there's so many different art assets we're gonna need. Just look at this list. To be fair, some of this is like screenshots and trailers, like icons. But otherwise, like event header, event cover, vertical capsule, logo, library capsule, library hero, like all of these we need to make. Most of them are required. I think the only things that are not required is the page background and the event header, although this one is still recommended. Page background. Do a lot of games have that? And there is some background here. Yeah. What about... Let's look at indie games. Yeah, there's a background. Return of the Obra Dinn. Not sure. Because I suppose this is what they mean by the background. It seems like a lot actually have it. But it's very like discreet. Almost to the point where I would say it's slightly unnoticeable. But it seems like most do use it. .920 by 430, that is like the most important one. That is the one that would be visible here. But it's not super tall. I don't know if we... Can we actually fit the eyes in there as well? Maybe, but I feel like... Because you do want this part to be relatively big, right? And the more we add to the top, the smaller this is going to be. And the more blank space it's going to be on the ends. Because most of these capsules are more wide in general. So I feel like maybe just going for the hands might be good. Does it update the pixels? Oh, it does. 2, 3, 4, 5. 945 in width. 750 height. But obviously we can cut a lot off there. 920, 430. 920, 430. This might work. Ooh, maybe not. But I'm trying to scale this pixel perfect now. There's actually no real reason why we need... Like, is it... Just most of these are gonna be viewed quite small as well. If there's a slight bit of like anti-aliasing or something on it, I don't think that is gonna matter too much. I think what we might do is export this in a very high resolution and then downscale it to the different resolutions we need, rather than trying to get perfect scaling, because I don't think it's gonna matter. Like, at this size, if there's a bit of anti-aliasing, I don't even know if that's gonna be noticeable. I mean, we can always try and see what happens. So let's downscale this one. And then I think what we're gonna do is... Let's... No... We remove the eyes? No. Let's actually keep all of this. Here we have 3 simple elements we could use. The positioning of the hand's good. Or would you like to have them like further apart? I don't know. Let's try this. Let's export as. Wait, how big was this image? Okay, let's do 1000%, and then let me actually. Let's go assets. No. Random shite. Interesting name. Let's make a new folder in here. No, wait, this is the wrong one. Give me a second. GitHub Shroud of Gloom. There we go. Folder. Steam assets, maybe, I don't know. Let's do. I'm just gonna name this art. I'm gonna export this. To be fair, I wonder if I should do the whole frame thing that I did before. It's gonna be a little bit annoying for all of the different resolutions. But I do think this kind of stuff looks quite good. Like here, we have a little bit of frame around it. I do feel like it makes the whole image pop a lot more. I don't know how common that kind of stuff is on Steam. Am I allowed to have a frame around it? Oh, to be fair, there's pretty much not a single one here that has a frame. Maybe you can't have that. Let's do like top sellers. This has a frame. It's only like 1 or 2 pixels, but there is a frame around it. I do kind of like it, because even just this one, even with that like very minimalist frame, I do feel like it pops a little bit more. Yeah, this one has a frame as well. Not for that one, interestingly enough. But here it definitely has a frame. Yeah, frame. This has a frame as well. Not here though. Wait, is there no one that has a frame? No, here's this. Yeah, this one has. RuneScape does have a frame here. Okay, so it seems like it should be okay to use frames. But a lot of them have it in the list one, but not in the main capsule. That's kind of interesting. I suppose it's more important to stand out in the lists, because the other one is mainly visible when you're already on the page, which means that on your page you don't have as much competition, if that makes sense. I wonder though, if I want the frame to be pixel perfect, does that really matter though? Not really. Because in that case it would be easiest to do it in native resolution and scale it up. Oh, you know what we do? I just realized. What we actually do is that we take this one, we go canvas size, let's lower this a little bit and make it a little bit wider. And now we can get a frame that is pixel perfect to the rest. And then we can just stretch that one to each one of the, what you call it, resolutions that we need. 3 pixels maybe? Yeah, I think that might work if we do a little bit of shading. Do something like so. We take like this darker color here maybe. Ooh, that's... Is it too dark? How did I do it on itch? I have the darkest color on the inside. But that one is, to be fair, it's barely visible. I don't even know if that one's needed actually. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Should we... Yeah, let's do one that's like in between these two maybe. This. Let me see how it would look with that even darker one. We do like 1 pixel. You know what, maybe it does look better, to be honest. Very small detail, but maybe. Okay, so we do this, and then we export it. We overwrite this one. Now, let's go into GIMP instead. Wait, do we need to do this in GIMP? I mean, we could stretch it here as well, to be honest. I'm a little bit unsure about how to get the best workflow here. You know what, we should do this. Let's make a new one. Wait, do I already have that? Sprite size 230, 115, that is low. Header capsule 920 430. 920 430. Boom. Very big for working in a sprite, but let's have a look. Let's export this one as native size. Whoops. 100%. Overwrite. Let's open new. Copy, paste. Because now for this one, for example, since it's very wide, I'm quite certain that is going to mean that we don't want the eyes in the image. And maybe like spacing like this, maybe? Boom. Now, can we not just... Can we scale just this layer? Canvas size and sprite size. I mean, I know I can scale it by just dragging it, but we want to make sure that we preferably do it as pixel perfect as possible. Let's see if I know how to do this. Transform. No. Can I not just scale one layer? Crop trim. The sprite size is the entire image, right? Yes. Can I scale one layer in a sprite? In the timeline panel, click on the layer you want to scale. Edit transform. Alternatively, press Ctrl T. Use the handles. No, but I want to scale uniformly. Hold Shift while dragging the corners. To type in specific dimensions, use an option bar at the top of the window. Oh, okay, okay. I mean, otherwise, what we do... Maybe that's easier. We take this one. I'm basically just trying to figure out what kind of workflow we want here, how to do this the best way. Seems like this should be smaller, shouldn't it? But it should be tighter. Seems like we live in a lot of empty space. Ah, do we want the logo to be centered? Because it's kind of off-center now. Let's try this for now. So we go like this, and now we know that the height that we need is... So this is wider, right? Yeah. So the height we need is about 430. How will this look? I feel like we can work with this. don't think Aseprite is the correct tool for this, but oh well. And then, what we do, I think the easiest way to do this might actually be to delete this and this. Yeah, I think doing this in GIMP is actually going to be easier. Basically, we just piece this together. Boom, new layer, move behind. Oh yeah, the main reason I think why we're gonna want to do this in GIMP instead is because it's much easier to align stuff. What was this one called? Main capsule? Header capsule. Main capsule is something else. So, header capsule. I think I'm gonna edit this one in GIMP to make sure everything lines up perfectly, but yeah, then just doing this for basically every other single asset. It's gonna take a while. Like I said before, it's definitely the art assets that's going to be the biggest, the most amount of work basically. Because this is one out of like, what, 12 images? 13? No, 11. Still, that's quite a lot. But we definitely are on the way here. Feels good, man. It's gonna be interesting to see how long it takes for Steam to like validate me as a developer or whatever. But it seems like, I think they said 2 to 7 days. So in that time frame, I should be able to get access to the Steamworks dashboard or whatever, and start being able to set this up. And then basically as soon as we have all of the assets in place, I think it might take a little bit more time for Steam to approve of the Steam page, basically. Because they have, you know, they have the right to be like, yeah, this doesn't look good enough, redo it, blah blah blah. But yeah, as soon as that is done, we should be able to have a public Steam page, which means we can start collecting wish lists. kind of exciting. However, ladies and gentlemen, I do think this is where I'm gonna have to end it for today, but please stick around for just a little bit and let's see if we can find someone to raid. Joining the raid does not only support me and another fellow creator, you also get a little bit of extra channel points. And you know what? You know what? Today is actually the day that Red Raka officially becomes a full-time creator as well. So let's show him some love. Currently, I think he just started his Elden Ring playthrough. So let's jump on over to my good mate Red Raka and say hello to him. And then I will be back on Friday. I don't know if I might do a bit of these art assets off stream. Just there's so many we need to do. But we'll see, either we continue a bit more with this, maybe we'll even been approved by Steam when on Friday, we'll see. We'll keep it a bit open-ended. If you wanna make sure to join the community on Discord, then you have a link right there. Other than that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day, and thank you very much for dropping by. And yeah, I'll see you guys on Friday. Peace.